what a day! What a lovely day!
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you're new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe and hit the bell notification icon to keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support this channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere. There's also a PayPal, Patreon and crypto link in the info box below the video. If you'd like to join the community debate, then go to nathanoakley.com and check out the Flat Earth Debate Forum. Now, we're currently in the interim stages between two debates, so I'm going to hand over to the panel and you can enjoy the dulcet tones of whoever is in there while I set up for the next live show.
Convoluted, and some of them are a force, some of them are not a force. I think the best way to describe it is practically the way we see it. If it's heavier, and define that at will. If it's lighter, define that at will. But the minute you start adding certain words and defining them in science, some of them are forces, some of them are not, and that's where it starts going wrong. But say what you see. If it's heavier, it sinks. If it's less heavy, it doesn't sink.
So do you honestly think that if I drop a steel, go ahead, Chocolate.
Right. So I'm trying to understand your question. So is that you think that maybe the weight of the total weight of the water in the volume of the water in the swimming pool should give it more density than the bowling ball? That's why you think it shouldn't sink to the bottom? Is that your question?
I personally don't think that. I'm just going based on what the article that Anthony cited mentioned, and that was that.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah. Let me just see if I can pull this up again. If it is less dense, it floats on the water and will be partially submerged until the weight of the displaced liquid becomes equal to the object's weight. So in this scenario, the thing that was confusing me is obviously the water in the pool is heavier than the steel ball that we're dropping it into. So I was just confused as to why it's not, it's contradicting what we're looking at here.
I got you.
Yeah,
I got you.
I don't see the contradiction. Can someone explain it?
The contradiction is that the water in the pool weighs more than the steel ball. So based on what this article has said, the steel ball should float in the water, but I don't think it will, though.
Mass per unit volume.
I think it's that
density, mass per unit volume.
It's that it needs to be heavier. I mean, it's based off of the liquid it displaces, not the actual amount of liquid within.
Yeah,
specific
the density, not the volume.
Cavity.
So it's based on the density of the liquid, right?
Yeah,
okay.
How dense it is as opposed to how much it weighs.
Right, and that's why an anvil is going to float in mercury, because the mercury is a lot denser than water.
Precisely.
I have the video for that if you'd like.
I was actually quoting your video.
Yeah, it's my lead video on my channel. It's such an important thing that we can see that when we have the anvil in the liquid, the density of the anvil is quantified in science as iron to be 8.05, and then it doesn't really matter what. I've deliberately left off the units because it doesn't matter what they are. You just need to know what its environment it's in is relative to. So don't forget the medium it's in is in air, and the value of this is 8, but the value of the mercury is 13.56 in the value of air, which I think's 1. Might be wrong on that. I can't remember. But relative in this state, we can call it 1. But everything, obviously, 8 and 13 are more dense than. But relative to each other, the 8 and the 13 sit in the volume of air. So you can see what would happen if I had another object in addition to the anvil, and its density was 22. You can tell what would happen relative to everything else, and you wouldn't need to have any complicated mathematical formulas. You just need to know what the relative materials are, and we know it. We can tell these things.
Right, okay.
Another thing I'd like to get into is if you look at my screen, the tedious Bode law with Pascal's triangle, and how if you really look into the occult and gematria or numerology, it starts to get a little bit weird. The reason why it gets weird is you're going to see a lot of similarities. How just if you just add in some weird equation, you actually get the very close distance to, say, a distance from the of the planets from the sun in astronomical units. So Mercury, the actual distance that they say is 0.39, Bode's law is 0.4, Venus is 0.72, Bode's law is 0.7, Earth is 1, Bode's law is 1, Mars is 1.52, Bode's law is 1.6. So you get it. It's very, very, very close.
Yeah, and this is also based on a presupposition.
Yeah, so the formula for Bode's tedious Bode law is A equals n to the n plus 4, and then you divide that by 10. Now, where n is 0, 3, 6, 12, 24, 48, 96. Now, basically what they do is after 0, they just start with 3, and then they double it, and you can get that. Another way to do it is using Pascal's triangle, which is the sum of the row of a row added to the sum of the previous row. So if you start 1 and 2, you equal 3. So if you go to row 2, you get 4 plus 2 equals 6. And then row 3, 8 plus 4 equals 12. So that's another way to get these numbers if you just don't want to just start at 3 and just doubling 3. And then
what does n and a represent in that equation?
It's just n. That right here is 4.
Yeah, but what does n and a? What do those represent?
Oh, a equals just whatever you put in as the value of n. So it's 3 plus 4, which is 7, and you divide that by 10. That's where you get a, and that's where you'll get like 0.4. So if you get 6, you get 0.7. If you had an
and what does a represent? Like what value are we getting for a? Like what is it representative of?
Oh, I don't know. It's just whatever the value is supposed to be. I think that is just going to be the distance of planets, right? That's probably what A is, the mean distance of the planets.
Right. So, for example, if I'm trying to figure out how far away Mars is, what values am I going to put into those into that equation? Is it just going to be based on like the distances? Am I going to put those distances in there, and it's going to tell me?
No, you don't get the distances at all. Basically, this is the formula. You add in where n is. So if you put in 24, 24 plus 4 equals 28. Divide that by 10, you get 2.8. 2.8. So 2.8 in astronomical units is the distance to the asteroid belt, which is 2.77.
Right.
So all of this was formulated back in the 1700s. So in the 1700s, they figured out just by using these weird distances or triangulations, they can get the actual results of the distances to astronomical bodies.
Quote unquote
astronomical units.
Actual.
Yeah, the actual. And
right.
Does that like hit any bells?
I'm wondering, did they, so saying it like funny, did they figure out the distances to the planets and then apply this math, or did they have this system in place and then attribute it to the planets, to the distances of the planets? Because this is crazy.
Gave them the ratios.
Yeah,
say that again.
I don't know which one started first, but just that they can that they've figured all this out way back in the 1700s with just math.
You know what this reminds me of? You guys have you guys ever seen The Matrix? You remember when Neo was talking? I believe it was the third, or the second. I can't remember which, but the one where Neo was talking to the architect. And the architect describes the matrix as a harmony of mathematical precision.
That was the second
one.
That's
what I see. The second one. Okay. So, yeah, that's how I see this. The globe. All the globe math, all the globe numbers that they attributed to it. That's how I see it. It's a whole system, a mathematical, harmonious system that they've just put in place, to sound like Piche. That's what it sounds like to me.
The thing is that it's so
that you have this whole.
There's no resemblance.
It's so elaborate because it works. Like all of the math, I'm not sure if all of it does, but most of the math works as far as like representing like stars and like distances and stuff like that. It actually works, even though it's not based on like an accurate or real model. It still matches a lot of what we see in our reality.
Like it's the same way when we say like they basically reverse engineered curvature to account for perspective. It's almost
Right.
the same thing.
Oh, what a day! What a lovely day!
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you're new to this channel or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe and hit the bell notification icon to keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you'd like to join the community debate, then go to nathanoakley.com and check out the Flat Earth Debate forum. If you'd like to support this channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live. There's also a PayPal, Patreon, and crypto link in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you would like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the shape of the Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on Facebook and Twitter. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show. And one last time, if you're new to the channel or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe and hit the bell notification icon to keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. Now, a big shout out to Colin Turner for hitting the super chat. We are joined by Quantum Eraser, Slit James Johnson, Sleeping Warrior, Paul, Mac, Ebon Kim, Chris, Chocolate Sane, Arwin, and 10th Man. Very good to have you all.
Good morning.
Hello.
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 Good afternoon.
Hello. Let's do a bit of housekeeping. We didn't do any last show because there was good conversation going on when we started from the pre-show, but any signs of curvature?
Nope.
Nope.
No? Any evidence of axial rotation?
Nope.
Nope.
Any scientific evidence of gravity?
Of what?
Scientific evidence of gravity? Anybody?
Only pseudoscience.
Shout out to Travis.
What about any evidence of a gas pressure existing next to a vacuum without a container, the necessary antecedent for gas pressure?
Not yet.
Not yet. That's good. Yeah.
Hey, Ranty Flat Earth, how you doing?
How do?
Will there ever be?
Evidence of a self-perpetuating molten iron core at the centre of a presupposed spherical Earth? Hold out so much weight for this one. Must be someone, somewhere, gone further than 12k, right? Surely.
I saw a beautiful animation about that earlier, but I don't think that was necessarily proof.
No, you'd be right about that. Any evidence of a self-perpetuating molten iron core at the centre of a presupposed spherical Earth?
Well, don't they have like an image that they made from data? Just kidding.
You tell me.
But
Diagrams.
no.
Diagrams prove it, Nathan.
No, they don't.
Volcanoes.
Right, let's move
Come
on.
on, guys.
Any
I had a
evidence?
picture in my second grade Earth Science book, so you guys are all wrong.
Yeah, they certainly teach it. We know that much. They teach about the molten iron core, but there isn't actually any evidence of there being any molten iron core. It's just a presupposition based on a just so story about the presupposition of a sphere Earth in a presupposed vacuum travelling around a sun at the centre of that presupposed universe, had another planet on a collision course with the presupposed spherical Earth. And that was also a presupposed sphere called Theia. and the presupposed Thea smashed into the presupposed Earth and deposited its molten iron core, making the Earth's molten iron core, which no one's ever seen and there is no evidence of, extra large, so that the mathematics for why it hasn't cooled down in their timeline works. Well, the debris from this explosive force of Thea hitting Earth caused debris that coalesced into the moon. And that story is beautiful and made up by the people who give us the heliocentric system. There is absolutely no evidence of it whatsoever. However, that is the beautiful story of the molten iron core at the centre of the presupposed spherical Earth.
Yeah, I saw that episode on the History Channel.
I think it's funny how hydrogen is supposed to be like the first element, but it overcome the vacuum to coalesce to form other elements. That's a pretty fantastic story. A gas overcoming a vacuum.
So what came first, the gravity or the spheres?
See how the ontological primitives are
Because apparently gravity can manipulate land to become a sphere. So the gravity is just in the air. Oh wait, that's the bending of space-time, right? Oh, my bad.
Just want to point out to you, Chocolate, that your question nicely summarises just how relevant the ontological primitives are. How did this all begin, we ask ourselves, and then get criticised for not talking about flat Earth when we discuss the ontological primitives, and they are directly related to this subject.
Right, I have an unrelated question.
Well, there's just a couple more housekeeping questions, and then whatever you like will go. We're nearly done. Any evidence of the presupposition of the R value itself? Earth radius?
No.
No evidence of R?
No.
Last but not least, and I intentionally left this till last, any evidence of the distance to the sun?
What is the sun for us to measure?
I've no idea. Any evidence of the distance to the light in the sky we should all praise?
Is there some tangible? Is it physical, tangible? Can we measure it?
No, it's not tangible. It is intangible. Any evidence of the distance to that intangible object in the sky?
They use.
It is where it is.
I'm sorry, I don't worship the SUN. I'm sorry.
It's funny that ballers used to cite this as one of their proofs. But now, because they know that Christine Huygens made two assumptions. One was that the Earth was a sphere to base his maths on, and secondly, that Venus was the same size as Earth. That assumption, now, once we found that out, they don't mention it anymore.
Plus the 20 different times that value has changed anyway.
That could go down in like, if you were a flat Earth historian, and Anthony was sat at his computer rubbing his hands together waiting for that poor victim to come in and mention Huygens. And then one day it happened and he wasn't anywhere near his mic. He spat out his coffee, ran across the room and said, oh, what did you say? Huygens?
Jumped over the couch.
You can hear it as well if you actually listen to that clip where it wasn't it not Wiggles, it was who was it now?
Was it Phil?
Jimmy.
Jimmy, the one that added line there when he read something. You can hear him say something, and I heard him spit out the word Huygens, and in the background you can hear it's like someone's just roused in the background, and then scramble. You can hear me diving across. It was ace.
Well, now they use a process called parallax in order to measure the distance to the sun.
No, that involves the same process. That's still an application of Kepler's third law, isn't it?
Yep. By the way, we will know evidence of a vacuum of space, well, not necessarily a container, within 10 years. Because they say in 10 years, all the helium will be sucked out into outer space. So we won't have anything with helium to make anything. Yep. You could just look it up. Just Google it.
What they mean is NASA have used it all and there's none left. That's what they really mean.
But yeah, you can invest in helium and see if you can make a lot of money out of it, if you can store it somewhere. But basically,
don't worry, because if it runs out, we could just send another manned mission to the moon to mine helium-3, like in the documentary I saw like 10 years ago.
Oh yeah. I'll bet you that they will come up with the excuse of how we get helium after it's all been sucked out into
gonna have to mine it from an asteroid, and it's gonna cost $50 trillion, right?
Yeah, we won't have any more helium balloons, but that's good because we'll save the whales.
50 trillion.
Maybe it's their plan to get rid of helium, since helium balloons are such a detriment to their gravity.
Yeah, we'll have nothing floating up into the air anymore. Stupid gases that are lighter than air.
Maybe it's a conspiracy that they want to remove things that float because it destroys their theory of gravity.
Exactly. Every time I ask somebody, where's your force in the helium balloon going up, they don't have an answer.
Yeah.
No, they just want to keep us busy without purpose, do our jobs, have kids, and die, and not cause them any trouble. In other words, it's a control mechanism like most things.
Be good little humans.
Yeah. Don't appreciate your potential or in any way threaten my control and power and money.
Right.
But we're but who can print money? I mean, we can't print money. Only certain people are allowed to print money. Otherwise, it's called counterfeiting.
Yeah, the Bank of England can just make money from nothing.
Yeah, but it's based on something. It's based on the output of the country. That's the presumption. And if they get it wrong, you get inflation. If the country doesn't produce as much work as they've estimated based on the amount of money they've printed, then the amount that it's worth goes down.
Just numbers on a screen, Nate.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is,
I'm gonna presume we're done with housekeeping at this point.
there's an assumption in the conspiracy community that people just, like, I don't know what the word is, but they just decide one day they're going to print a load of money. Well, you know, you end up with some of the underdeveloped countries where they have exactly that, and they end up in a situation with hyperinflation. You know, them carrying around boatloads of money because whoever's in charge has decided, oh yeah, of course we can output 20 billion worth of actual physical work, and they can't. You know, they've got limited resources and they don't. So you end up with hyperinflation. I'm just saying it's not possible to just print money. Yeah, people do it, but there's consequences.
Obama printed trillions, didn't he?
I don't know. I'm not Mr. Current Affairs.
Well, he printed a $1 trillion coin, didn't he? Or was it a billion? No, it was a trillion. No, he didn't print. They made a $1 trillion coin or something like that.
I'm not. Okay. All right.
25 years.
Yeah, so
it'll be pocket change.
I was going to ask something real quick. Right. So when we're doing flat Earth observations, I've seen a couple of them done by several different people. I'm going to quote Ranty because I'm more familiar with what he's done so far. So, for example, so we're looking over bodies of water and looking at objects in the distance, right? And at the same time, we don't know what the terrain actually looks like, but we're assuming that, you know, it's not a globe, right? And how do we know that, you know, there are no elevations to what we're looking at? For example, like if we have a flat room with like a perfectly flat floor and we pour sand in on that floor, there are going to be certain areas on that surface that are going to be raised higher than other areas, right? So presuming we're small enough to be able to make the same observations that we're making right now on Earth, wouldn't that mean that there's certain areas that are going to appear lower than other areas? Not necessarily because the Earth is a globe, but just because there's different elevations that we're looking at. Do you know what I mean?
Is that addressed to Ranty?
Well,
It's to everybody. I was just using Ranty as an example.
Well, you know, I mean, when we say it's flat, you know, it's flat for the most part, except obviously you get terrain that's elevated, obviously. But the best judge of the flatness is over water. It has to be.
Exactly, right. And I presume that that's why most of your observations were done over water, because it's going to uniformly be level. And at the same time, like if it's an ocean that you're looking at or certain lakes, it's going to have waves on it that might obstruct what we're looking at in the distance. So I'm just wondering, we're saying that it's perfectly flat. And in that kind of scenario, I understand why the ballers are saying that we should be able to see everything in the distance. Because if there's no
I disagree completely, and I'll tell you. I'll just list a couple of reasons why. Firstly, in a laboratory, right, when you're in a lab, you can get a fish tank and you can put some water in it, and then you can look at one side to the other. Yeah, because it's not having any
Anthony,
outside
feedback.
It's not having any external forces put upon it. However, when you're looking across a river or a lake or over an ocean, you've got an awful lot of disturbance going on there. That water is not stationary; it is moving, and it doesn't matter whether it's only moving a millimeter. That will still cause obstruction,
right?
Eventually,
yeah, and we need to take that into consideration. But what I'm suggesting is that, for example, if we're looking at a building or a group of buildings, like the Toronto skyline, for example, and it appears lower than where we're observing it from, could the explanation for that be that it's at a lower elevation than we are, as opposed to refraction or obstruction? Could it just be that it's perhaps lower than where we are?
As in globe-like?
No, I don't mean in the sense of globe-like. I just mean that it's perhaps in a valley or a dip of some kind.
Just like a lower elevation.
Can I just answer that? No, because if it was, then the water would flow into it.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Good point. But there are no circumstances where land is lower than sea level.
Yeah, there's places in the States they have to have big
levees.
levees.
Yeah, of course. There's where I live. We have a sea wall around us. So at high tide, we are protected by the sea wall. If there wasn't the sea wall there, Blackpool would be enveloped with water. Yeah. So we have to have the sea wall to protect us from the incoming tide. So it's built up, and I'm sure that we'll need to build it higher at some time in the future. But yeah, I mean, so Blackpool is lower, than the high tide, for sure.
Exactly. So that's what I'm stating here. I'm saying that if I'm looking at some buildings in Blackpool and I'm across on shore, isn't it going to look lower just because it's at a lower elevation, as opposed to refraction or looming or any of that stuff?
I mean, if it's enclosed with something, for sure, of course, yeah. Well, that's pretty obvious, isn't it?
It is obvious. I was just trying to think of a different explanation as to why stuff appears lower in the horizon.
Super looming compression. Didn't you know that? Come on.
That's nonsense, though. I'm looking for the logical, reason why it's actually happening.
Super duper looming?
I think
super duper looming compression.
One of
there you go.
God, because is everyone's memory that short? Slightly looming, non-standard refraction hyena.
We haven't said it in a while, Nathan. We missed that.
I think one of the main things we need to look at is the topography of the land that's underneath the water, because it's like, let's suppose you're like, we're looking at a river now, yeah, on the screen. There's a river there. If somebody threw a boulder in that stream right now, in that river, as the water washes over it, it would cause a wake at the top. It would cause an obstruction, and that water is moving, but it will cause a hump above the rock. It's the same with the oceans. If you know the topography of the land with the incoming and the outgoing tides, all that pressure going over certain areas where it's lumpy and bumpy and hilly underneath the water is going to cause localized bulging in that particular area.
Right, but the surface of the topography of the water wouldn't matter, because the river is not going to matter, because the water is just going to conform to that shape anyway. So how is it going to?
So you're saying that you've never thrown a rock into a river and seen the water wash over it?
I have.
So That's the same effect as what's happening with the tides. It's called, you can look it up, barotropic tides, for instance, and we've even had a dialogue with a professor that admits that it raises it several centimeters, artificial bulges during barotropic tides. And that's especially around places like New Zealand and stuff like that that have barotropic tides. And that's just one effect. That's just one tidal effect. That isn't all the tidal effects. So it does cause localized bulging in certain areas where these barotropic tides, all of the deep water pushing up against the slope into the shallows, is going to cause an artificial bulge.
Right, and that's that only applies to moving water, right? Not still water.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I would suggest the best time to do any observations is dead low tide or dead high tide, because that way you've got an equilibrium between the tides. You know, you've got no pushing, no pulling, but you've only got a very short window to do it. So anytime that you see any kind of obstruction, water obstruction on boats and stuff, it's worth looking at where it was taken and checking out the topography of the land, what type of tides it was, what time of day was it, because I'm sure that there is explanations in that particular field. It's something that I'm going to look into this year anyway.
Right. And yeah, I perfectly understand what you're saying, that like a small wave can obstruct something that's larger in the distance. And you know, the horizon also does have that blocking effect because it's rising to our eye level. But what I'm wondering, though, with some of the observations that I've seen, including yours, is that we do see certain things appearing to drop behind the horizon line. But when we look further back, we don't see anything else. Like, for example, if I'm looking at the Toronto skyline, why is it that I can't see the rest of the city behind it? You know what I mean? Like, why is it that I'm only able to see like the facade of the buildings, but I can't see what's going on behind it?
Where would you be doing this observation from? I'll have
Did
a
you
little
say
look now and I'll just
facade?
see if I can.
I personally haven't done the observation. I'm just looking at observations that have already been done by other people.
A facade?
Hey, Chris, real quick before you continue, can I just ask you a quick question? And I don't want you to be offended by this, but are
Go
you
ahead.
a glober? Are you a glober pretending to be a flat earther?
No.
Okay, no, thank you.
Are you recently converted to flat Earth from globe?
Oh no, I've been in flat Earth for almost 4.5 years now.
Oh, interesting. You're
Yeah.
very good at posing devil's advocate questions, then.
Well, I mean, isn't that the point of this whole thing?
Absolutely.
We're not in an echo chamber. We're trying
Yeah.
to, you know, we're trying to understand what we're looking at here. So it's only fair to look at both arguments and not just.
I've got a question. Let me ask you a question. What's your
Sure.
position on the stars? Do the stars prove axial rotation?
I do know that we see movement, but as far as what's causing that, we don't know what's causing it. And that would require presuppositions based on what I learned about the scientific method earlier on. So I'm not going to say that it's axial rotation or whatever it is that's causing that to happen.
So Tim Osman, or Dim Osman as I like to call him, he claims that the star rotation points prove axial rotation. I disagree with Tim. I think he's talking rubbish, because if you're going to claim that there's an axial rotation, we need to see the axis, right? We need to see the thing that's rotating around itself. Now, if it's supposed to be Earth's axial rotation, we need to see the Earth's axial rotation. Would you agree with me?
I do. And the fact that we see the same stars over such a long period of time, considering all the movements that, you know, our solar system apparently is making, that also disproves that claim as well.
Well,
unless we're not moving at all.
Have you got something to add to that, Anthony? If not, I'll point something out.
Yeah, go on, Nathan.
Well, it's the same logical fallacy as you came in with, ironically. Is it ironically? Coincidentally. So you pointed out about the weighing things, and I said it's an affirming the consequent. Well, this is the same logical fallacy. So when the assertion is made that the axial rotation is proved by the star rotations, what they essentially say is, if the Earth is a sphere, then we will observe north and south hemisphere star rotation. We observe north and south hemisphere star rotation, therefore the Earth is a sphere. So the fallacy is if P, then Q Q, therefore P. If the Earth is a sphere, P, then we will observe rotation of the stars in the north and south hemisphere, Q. We observe rotation of the stars in the north and south hemisphere, Q, therefore the Earth is a sphere. Well, with it, the tell, the key word they use to give it away is hemisphere. So we will observe rotation in the north and south hemisphere. So we're already on a bloody sphere in this example then.
Right.
They also think that the star... Oh, hold on a second. They also think that the stars rotate in different directions. Like in the north, they rotate from east to west, and in the south, west to east.
Yeah, that's not right.
Right. And the example that I gave in the previous show, it may have seemed like I did have a presupposition attached to that, but I didn't. I was just looking at the phenomenon that was being observed and trying to determine what the cause was. I didn't realize that the cause needed to be varied in order to make it a scientific experiment. I just thought that
that's the most common mistake.
You gotta wiggle it.
Well, I don't think that's the biggest problem with that. My problem isn't necessarily, they're going to always assert R or G as the cause. That much is a given. But my problem isn't that. My problem is that they don't have a phenomena to begin with. They're asserting that things weigh different at different points. And that claim in and of itself, I think, is bogus. So I don't think they have an observed phenomena to begin with.
Right.
Precisely.
And I'm still having a hard time with that, like not being able to figure out the cause of something if you can observe what the phenomenon is. Like, is it impossible to figure out what's causing something to happen?
No, not at all. I mean, it depends on what you're talking about. That's why I said earlier that the sun and its movement is not beyond the realms of science. We just don't know what the cause is. We haven't speculated or come up with a supposition that we can vary to see if we actually can cause that. Not knowing doesn't mean it's outside the realms of science or investigation. In fact, if it was already known, then there wouldn't be any point in investigating it.
Exactly.
But the most important thing in terms of science, which is only interested in the physical and natural world, is do you actually have an observed phenomena? And if the answer to the question of why is this happening and what is actually happening is a man-made device, the number on it is changing, well, then what's your cause of that man-made device and its number changing? Well, man made that man-made device with all its flaws and all of the variables applicable to that device as you move it and all the things I listed on the last show. But that's definitely not an observed phenomena. So in terms of giving us any sort of inkling about what our world actually does, utilizing technology to establish the cause and effect, that's fine. But claiming that a man-made device is the phenomena is erroneous.
Right. So this may be impossible, but what would you do if you wanted to determine the cause in that scenario? So how would you determine what's causing that?
The Lake Ontario was this, by the way. It's just that I've just been doing a little bit of research for that Lake Ontario. That's where you're looking at the Toronto skyline from. And it seems that you've got like between 6 and 8 feet waves across that lake. So let's put it another way. If your observer height was 12 feet above sea level, well, above the lake, let's suppose you put your tripod 12 feet above the actual lake, and you type those details into Google Earth, right? Into the curve calculator. You're 12 feet above the water, right?
Yeah.
What you're not taking into account is that you've got 8-foot waves that are also in your direct line of sight. So your actual height above the waves or the actual water is only 4 feet.
Right.
So when you're so you're going to get skewed data. Your data is going to be all over the place. If you type in and you go, oh yeah, right, okay, 100 feet should be missing, and then all of a sudden you realize, well, actually, no, I wasn't 12 feet above the water because there was 8-foot waves out in the across the lake. When you get a bit further out, those 8-foot waves, they're obstruction. So your actual height above the waves is only 4 feet. So
right.
There's a whole bunch of stuff that you got. And then when you take into account, then you've got the spray that comes off the waves. It's not just the wave that comes over. Then you've got the spray that comes off the wave at the top as the moving around across that entire lake. 20 miles of spray, right? Evaporation. All that kind of stuff is going to be on top of that 8 feet that you've got to look through.
Exactly. And what is the height of the buildings that we're looking at?
But then you've got to take into account the Rayleigh criterion, how much you can actually see at a given angle, You know, what's the weather like? Is it sunny? Is there enough light to actually see the bottom of those buildings? Because if it's not very sunny, if it's overcast, you're not going to get good visibility. There's a whole bunch of stuff, you know, where you can say things are disappearing from the bottom up and the reasons as to why. And I've just listed a few there.
Exactly. One more thing that I wanted to ask you is that what is the height of the skyline that we're looking at? Like, what elevation is it at?
What, Toronto? I've no idea. I haven't really looked into it too much.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I totally agree with you 100% that all of those things are going to add to the obstruction that's taking place. I just wasn't sure, you know, whether there are any scenarios that involve areas of land that were lower than sea level that we're looking at and may perhaps been obstructed for that reason rather than the other, you know, reasons that you listed earlier.
What was your question to Nathan? What was your question, Nathan, before you went off on this tangent?
The question was, what can we do to actually establish the cause of an effect? And I was going to answer, you establish what you presume is the cause and hold all other variables that are potentially changeable, constant, controlled variables. And then you vary and manipulate that which you presume is the cause and see if it causes the effect. So you establish what you think causes it, you vary it, and if it causes it, you've established the cause. That's how you do it. That is, in essence, the scientific method.
Right, but I thought that the scientific method was totally against making any kind of presuppositions or assumptions. And if we need to do that, isn't that going to be going against the scientific method?
No.
Your independent variable can't be a presupposition.
It's a supposition. A supposition.
Right.
So your supposition is that your presumed cause will cause the effect, so that you have a way of keeping it consistent. You have two sides to the hypothesis, which is to say that your prediction, the hypothesis itself, proves nothing. The experimentation proves or disproves the hypothesis. And the reason I say proves or disproves is because it's got two sides to it. So in the hypothesis, you will make two statements. One will be, this causes that. The other being, this does not cause that. And if you go forward, perform your experiment, vary the acid level in the water, and it does not cause the boiling, then you validate your null hypothesis. In other words, you invalidate your alternative hypothesis. So it's got two sides of it for that reason. In other words, in and of itself, a hypothesis isn't proof of anything. It's just your supposition. But to presuppose is to say that you will hold one of the variables, presumably the very thing you're trying to prove, as a constant. In other words, it's already been proven in your claimed hypothesis. Well, that's a presupposition. In other words, that which I am trying to prove is already in existence.
Right. So in the scenario of objects appearing to weigh different at different locations, we can say that the phenomenon that we're observing is just that stuff appears to weigh different depending on the location that it's in. And we can assume that it's being caused by gravity. However, we can't vary gravity.
You can assume what's gravity.
That's what I said last time.
Can you repeat that?
What's gravity?
What's gravity? Your gravity is your independent variable.
It's the force that appears to make things drop to the floor.
No, gravity is your independent variable. It has to already be established, and you have to manipulate it. What is gravity?
So the point John's making is that your independent variable must be real. It must be something that you can physically vary and manipulate. So to say, well, this thing that I assume is in existence, that I've mathematically reified, is my cause. Well, how are you going to vary a mathematical reification? You can't. So it's preposterous to assert that this is the cause, because it doesn't bloody exist. That's why I say, what's gravity? Show it me.
Right. Exactly. And what makes you say that it's not real?
Because there's no scientific evidence.
What makes you say that it is real?
Well, just show it me. Show it me right now.
I mean, I don't know if it's real or not. I'm just trying to see how you're getting.
Well, that's how we'd establish if it's real. That's the answer to your question, though, isn't it? If it's real, you can show it me.
You want us to prove non-existence?
Aberration.
You want us to prove non-existence? The non-existence is the proof of the non-existence.
Yeah, if there's no proof in existence, then it's not in existence. You know, to reverse the burden of proof and say disprove non-existence is an argument from ignorance fallacy, and a burden of proof reversal fallacy. So that's what we always get charged with. So we get told to disprove our mathematical reification of gravity. Hence our reply being, what's gravity? Do you want to show it me?
Right. So if it's not gravity that's causing objects to fall to the ground, and the claim is that it's the weight of what we're looking at or their density that's causing them to fall to the floor.
Relative density.
Relative density. How do we vary that? We can vary the weight of the stuff that we're looking at. And would you say that that's varying the independent variable?
You can very much manipulate the density content of something, absolutely.
I mean, I'm sure you could offer up a natural phenomena that falls in line with the laws of buoyancy and density in terms of what actually happens. But in terms of validating it scientifically, surely it would just fall into an obvious, this is what's occurring, you just watch it occur. In other words, you're not necessarily needing to establish any cause and effect relationship for a natural phenomena. It kind of just is what it is. And it's accepted on both sides, which is why I kind of see this as a pointless argument. You go to their rhetoric and they'll describe relative density, same as we will. The only difference being they'll insert in their Newtonian mathematics a presupposition. But that's it. Other than that, we don't have an argument here. They're not going to disagree with us when we talk about a more dense object displacing a less dense one.
Well, I mean, there is a way of scientifically proving that, I think. If you have objects that are all have a different weight, and you measure, you know, how fast they hit the ground and whether it's a weight that's sort of determining whether that happens or not, you're varying the independent variable, because the independent variable is weight that's causing the objects to fall to the ground, right?
No. How did they get in the air in the first place?
You pick them up.
Oh, well, there's your cause.
Right. So weight is not the cause of
objects falling
to the floor.
Objects falling.
Yeah.
What caused the object to fall again?
A person did.
The difference in density, eventually.
So what? The difference in density caused the object to rise from its neutral position out of equilibrium and then drop. That was caused by an apparition, was it, Armin? Or was it a man picking it up and dropping it?
No, of course not.
No, but there is a tendency for things to stay to the ground, regardless of whether they're picked up or not.
Wrong. There is a tendency for things to find equilibrium.
Wait, I got it. It's a bird landing.
Sorry, did you hear what I just said, though?
There is a tendency for objects to meet equilibrium.
Yeah, to find equilibrium. And then what happens is people come along, force things out of disequilibrium, and the effect thereafter is then attributed to this force of gravity.
Interesting.
No.
I'm trying to see how all of this applies.
It's an aberration.
Maybe
I was waiting for that from Armin. I knew that was going to come right at the end.
It's a very suggestive side effect that just suggests this force to be present there. But yeah, it's very easily modeled, but it's always presupposed. That's really what it comes down to. It just appears to be there. That's why I call it an aberration. Because when you actually get to the nitty-gritty of it and try to get some real scientific proof, it doesn't work. It's it's an aberration.
Sorry, you said it twice now, John. Someone's going to have to give context to bird landing because it's been said twice.
And an easy way to do it by observing nature is to watch either an apple or acorn or something on a tree fall. But again, that's not attributed to gravity, because why don't the other apples and the other acorns fall? It's attributed to weakening of the stem or whatever object's holding that object.
So in this case, the
I was watching
Bore's
video yesterday, and he featured another guy who claims that Einstein says that gravity is actually Earth moving upwards towards the apple. I was like, this is really a thing. Oh my god!
Speaking of that, did anyone
right?
see George Musser's or any sighting of George Musser out there?
Any word on George Musser? Anybody?
Riley should sing his song.
Wait, hang on though. So the observed phenomenon here is that things tend to meet equilibrium. But what's causing that though?
But that's not a phenomenon.
Disequilibrium.
Sorry, things.
Equilibrium.
Hold on.
The relative densities are divided. It's in a spectrum.
Hold on. Things being in an equilibrium is not a phenomena. So nothing's happening, right? So if we look in this picture, okay, the tree's moving a little bit because of the wind. Pretty much everything's in equilibrium. Stuff's not falling, right? Nothing's happening. So you tell me in this picture now, what's the phenomena exactly? Are objects finding themselves having a tendency to move towards the ground, generally speaking? No.
The displacement.
No.
It's the displacement.
Right. Things tend to be in equilibrium. So what's the phenomena exactly we're studying here? Things not doing anything.
Right, okay.
So let's pick something up, force it out of disequilibrium, drop it, and assert that things have a tendency towards the ground. What was that thing I picked up? Oh, a helium balloon.
Right, so what would you categorize as being a phenomenon?
Something happening. Something happening.
Bird landing.
You can only pick up helium balloons in vacuum chambers.
No, they'd be exploded.
I'll give you a valid phenomena. Rumpus starts talking gibberish the minute anybody starts talking about science. That's a phenomena.
It's man-made.
Bird landing.
So on Arwen's show, he had a guest that was, when put in a corner, challenged to come up with a natural phenomena in this regard. I think from memory he went through Cavendish, and at the end, when it was proven that there was no observed natural phenomena, he went to bird landing as his natural phenomena. And nevertheless, it was very amusing at the time.
He's a scientist. He was a scientist.
Claimed scientist. A lot of these people
it's
claim
funny
to be scientists.
The most natural, we get all of that from Newton with the apple falling. That's the story, but he could use that.
Yeah, ignoring
that's as natural phenomena of gravity as they can probably use.
Well, yeah, that's where they managed to get the object in what appears to be disequilibrium, ignoring all the energy required to get it into that position in the first instance, taking a snapshot in time where, as you put it, the stem breaks, and saying, ha! Objects have a tendency towards the ground. Again, easily explained by the fact that it's more dense than the air it's about to travel to, and has been forced into that position by the virtue of the tree growing. But that will all be ignored.
Yep. One thing I wanted to show you real quick is NASA won't stop with Apophis and tracking Apophis, which is an asteroid or a meteor that will be really close to the Earth on April 13th, which will be a Friday the 13th in 2029. This is the trajectory that it's going to have. That's the closest part. Now, this was 2 days ago, both these videos. And I'm not going to play the video. I'm just showing you the snapshots. And here you'll see in yellow, that's the tracking of the Apophis. And the purple is the ISS. And you can see how it's really close to Earth, and all these light blue dots, they're orbiting satellites. And so when I've wondered, well, how come the ISS orbits so close and they don't allow it to go further out in orbit? Well, Forbes wrote an article where they took an answer from Robert Frost, who's trained ISS astronauts to operate the motor system. He says, well, the Russian cargo vehicle and crew transfer vehicle Soyuz are only certified to fly to 460 kilometers. That's the number one reason. But number four reason, it says above 500 kilometers, the Van Allen belts increase the amount of radiation significantly. So it says also a quick trip through the Van Allen belts, such as that performed by each of the Apollo missions, is fairly safe, but keeping the vehicle within those belts for extended periods exposes the crew and hardware to unacceptable levels of radiation. Apollo missions aside, we could go into that later too.
Well, not unless they didn't know about it, so it didn't affect them, or they just go real fast and go through them according to which astronaut you want to talk to.
Yep.
What are the Van Allen belts exactly?
if you go above 500 kilometers, they will above 500 kilometers. The Van Allen belts radiation affects the crew and the hardware to unacceptable levels of radiation. That's why they don't. That's one of the four reasons.
I'm a bit confused, Yvonne. Sorry, you said if I go what? Sorry.
What did I say?
I said what are the Van Allen belts? And your answer was if you go above. What was it you said exactly? Something about me doing something.
Oh, I didn't mean specifically you. I meant you as in the whoever goes
the
up
royal
there.
you.
So yeah. Do you want to rephrase that then slightly? Because I'm very confused, Yvonne.
If the ISS or any object goes above 500 kilometers, and we're going to include their satellites pretty soon.
Any object. Now I'm really, really confused. You said any object, and then you've specifically said their satellites.
I'm reading from the article.
Just play along. I'm not having a go, Ebon. Just play along. You think I'm having a go at you here, and I'm not.
Yeah, he is.
Cruise
Go ahead, get him,
hardware.
So again, let's just try that one more time. So, what are the Van Allen belts exactly?
You got to recognize Nathan's leading questions. You got to.
It's a bit like the last guy when we said, "What's gravity?" So now I'm saying, "What are the Van Allen belts?"
Here, we'll go ahead and Google it, mate.
Okay, let's do that. Let's see what we get.
Okay, this is Van Allen belts by space.com. See. It says 2 giant swaths of radiation known as the Van Allen belts surrounding Earth were discovered in 1958. In 2012, observations from the Van Allen probes show that a third belt can sometimes appear. The radiation is shown here in yellow, with green representing the spaces between the belts.
So Mr. Van Allen sent up his special probes, and Mr. Van Allen discovered these Van Allen belts with his probe that he sent up to a second law of thermodynamics violation. Is that correct?
Correct.
So are we sure these exist? Are we certain of this?
That's what they say exists.
Oh, they say it. Oh, I see.
So Ebon, 1958, they said this was discovered?
Yeah.
So, but like, we still had astronauts that didn't know about it?
Yeah.
After coming back from the moon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. This is the now that that's been highlighted. So yeah, I don't want chocolate to nick your point now, Ebon. So now that's been made clear to the audience, you can now use it as a hostile witness to point out the nonsense. It's just without me doing that you can leave in the audience's mind some sort of assertion that there might actually be these belts, that they're not just made up. But now you can point out with their own narrative where their narrative's nonsense, without anybody being left in the slightest bit under the illusion that we have this nonsense. Just that's the reason I did that, just so you're clear. I'm sure you are anyway, but yeah.
Yeah, it's nonsense.
This looks like super looming compression to me. Go back to that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. That's super looming compression right there. And you also said satellites, right? How many satellites were there?
That's what I wanted to focus on, because
satellites?
they have a lot of satellites. And this is from NASA's Earth Observatory.nasa.gov. They've got satellites not just in low orbit, but mid-Earth orbit and high Earth and geosynchronous orbit, which is that's way more than 500 kilometers. And those don't seem to have any unacceptable levels of radiation.
I know why.
I mean, those.
Go on, John.
I know why. Let me share my screen. I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to show you why, right?
Okay.
Tell me when it's up.
Yeah, you'll need to give me about 30 seconds.
All right.
Okay.
Let me know when it's up.
Yeah, got this helium balloon on screen.
Yep, that's why. There's your satellites. Here, let's take a closer look at this. That's why. See where they're at? See where they start at?
Is that Nevada? Where are they?
There's another one. That's a pretty one.
No, that was Australia.
That's another one. Another one of their satellites. Ooh, that's a nice one.
Give another Robert Pisano plug.
I will, just in 1 second. Let's take a look at these.
Does anybody still have the YouTube clip of the news report of the satellite crash through
No,
balloon?
but I can tell people where to locate it. So that's on Mark Sargent's channel. I think it's called, if you type into Google search or YouTube search, Brazil satellite balloon crash. And that'll take you to Mark Sargent's video. It's just a, unfortunately, horizontal iPhone video of somebody filming a satellite with a tattered balloon crashed.
Yeah, and 3 years ago, Robert Pisano and I went over this. He had a complete list from the Australian Space Center of all the satellite launches over like 15 or 20 years. Mir, NASA, all kinds of them, all balloon launches. So there's your satellites. Thanks.
But
Ebon, I must say, you are quite the journalist guy.
Thanks.
I completely agree. Ibon should have a squillion subs. You know, I'm often in awe of your channel, Ibon. You're better at this than I am, and you've got hardly anybody watching you. Go and immediately subscribe to Ibon Kim. He's got a really good channel. Can you spell out your name and plug your channel, Ibon?
Yeah, it's EBON space KIM. Live streaming there has been copyright striked, so my backup channel is Tequila Mockingbird. But if you just go to my main channel, it'll have link to my backup channel on YouTube. I also stream elsewhere, and you guys are great. I just question things and just look into it and just try to find the official narrative or the official explanation and just break it down from there.
Did you look into Soundly's Causeway Bridge? I'm gonna have to share my screen again. You look into that?
Are you going to trigger Anthony to talk about his subject, aren't you? Now you've got.
I already brought up.
What
George
about
Russell
Soundly's Bridge?
Right. Well, I'm going to get to that here in a second. But have you looked into the facade of
what about Soundly's bridges?
Bridge?
Anybody? Anybody looked into
it?
Anybody?
No.
Did Soundly shit his bridges?
Are you talking about Soundly's Bendy Bridge?
Yeah. Oh, we have got. Yeah. So somebody knows about it. Excellent.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Is this up on the screen?
No, but it will be. Yeah. Google Earth.
So everyone see this, right?
No, you'll need to go to the Hangout if you want to watch this on the panel. Unfortunately, Skype doesn't share well in the Hangout.
Let's take a look at this. So Soundly's Causeway Bridge had some serious curvature. They spent a lot of time down there. I think Jesse Kozlowski even made a star appearance down here and did some measurements. I don't know that for sure. It's just something I heard through the grapevine. So Lake Pontchartrain Bridge or Causeway had some serious curvature, right? Huh. Let's take a look at this. If it was curving, right? Isn't the Baltard spinning space monkey religion go off of one of their tenets as every point along a tangent from your feet drops away from you at 8 inches per mile squared? Am I correct in that?
That's absolutely correct. They would assert that there's a drop value and that as you look out into the distance, the sphere Earth, given that you are on the top of it, drops away from you at 8 inches per mile squared.
That's very interesting. So we'll take a look at the shore over here. I'm getting 2 feet elevation. Is that vertical drop? Is that 8 inches per mile squared vertical drop?
That's correct. From your position on the top of the alleged presupposed sphere, there is a drop from your position to the other side of wherever you're looking at because it's dropping in all directions at 8 inches per mile squared. That's the claim.
Right. That's physical drop. We're talking physical drop now. We're not talking any visual stuff.
Yeah, it's a ball. Yeah, it's a ball, John. So it physically drops away from your location on the top of that ball. That's correct. Yes, a drop.
That's very interesting. I'm getting 3 feet, 1 foot, 2 foot. Okay, let's go over here. So that's point B. All right. So let's go up to the northern side.
A sphere.
I know. What's a sphere?
What's a sphere?
What's a sphere? It's a
round.
geometric shape.
Yeah,
That's
but
what
in
we're all
regards to
walking
what?
around on.
Oh, the Earth?
In regards to the
Say
Earth that
Earth
this
is a
program
ball.
claims, this is called Google Earth, and it depicts, although be it two-dimensionally, a spherical Earth, a geometric shape.
Right. So we got 3, 2, 3, 4 feet on side B. That's the south side. So we're going up to the north side here, and we're taking a look at the shoreline here, and we're seeing 2 foot. Let's see if I can go. Oh, yeah, it is changing. So 2, 2, 3, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1. Huh. How is this bridge curving or dropping when it has the same elevation on both sides? Can somebody explain that to me?
It's not dropping.
So level is flat. So level doesn't equal curve, right?
No, this would be asserting that there is no drop. That it's the
Planet
same.
Poncho Train, guys. Come on.
It's the same elevation on both sides, so there is no drop according to this Google Earth, is it? Yeah, this says there's no drop.
That's what I thought. That's very interesting. That's one of their main proofs, so I don't know. Okay. Any signs of George Musser?
We covered that. I don't think anybody's seen any signs of George Musser. Just double check. Anybody on the panel? Any signs of George Musser?
No.
He has had an interview. He's done a little teaser
Shout out to
video
Wiley.
where he claims that Musa supports everything that Craig said, and I'm looking forward to seeing how he supports how he claims gravity behaves.
Are we talking about George Natanu?
No,
No,
George
Musser. Musa.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Just an in thing at the minute. Quite the flat Earth.
I hope not.
Can I just present for a second, Dave? Because I don't want to. Something was mentioned today, and it's like, I think it's really important, actually.
Can you squeeze it? Can you squeeze it? Yeah, you
important.
can. I'll stick you up now. Can you squeeze it into 4 minutes?
Yes, I can, yeah.
Excellent. You're on.
Right, this is super, super important. So these things here, we've got the ocean at the bottom. So the blue's the ocean. This red part is just a piece of land at, let's say, 6 feet elevation. And let's suppose somebody's looking at a direct line of sight across this water to an object over in this direction over here. And what we do as flat earthers, we always give an elevation above sea level. So we'll stand next to the water's edge and we'll put our tripod there and we'll say, okay, we're 6 feet above sea level or 4 feet above sea level or something like that. But something occurred to me today when somebody asked the question. Somebody posed the question about Ontario and Toronto skyline. And when you look across these bodies of water, oceans, Great Lakes, things like that, they all have wave heights. Now, the Globers want you to assume that you've just got a direct line of sight 6 feet above sea level. So whereas the tide is only lapping up, say, here at maybe a few inches or so, the further you go into the deeper parts of the lake or the ocean, these wave heights can get to 3, 4, 5, or 6 feet in elevation. So let me just show that what would happen then if you put in things like this in. Let's suppose we've got an elevation of 6 feet here, and we've got 4 feet wave heights in the center of the ocean. What is the elevation above actual sea level? Is it 6 feet that we're claiming stood next to the water's edge? Or by virtue of the fact that we can't see through the waves because they're at a 4 feet elevation, shouldn't our elevation above sea level just be 2 feet as opposed to 4 feet? As opposed to 6 feet? Is it something that we should look into as flat earthers? Because, you know, they want us to work on this this flatness. They want us to work on the flatness. They don't want us to include the tide heights. But what I'm finding, even in the, you know, just from a basic research today, everywhere has tide height, wave heights, 3 feet, 4 feet, 5 feet, 6 feet. You've got to take them off. You've got to take them off because that is blockage.
Yeah, you're right. The wave heights is important. Yeah, it's a factor that needs to be considered, and they don't do it. That's another thing to add to the perspective list that's not on the curve calcs.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you only need a small-ish wave in the mid-foreground and something that's vastly reduced in size because it's in the far distance, and the thing in the mid-foreground can obscure it. That's an effective perspective. I mean, this seems so silly to be covering this. For any Brits watching who've seen Father Ted, when he has to explain to the sub-80 IQ pastor that this cow is small, toy cow, and that cow is far away, big cow, real cow, in a field. Now, when you hold the small, close cow up to the window, you can literally obscure the big, far away cow. Now, this concept's really simple to understand and entirely ignored by the curve calculations because they use only actual sizes. So in this instance, when you use the cow example, the cow is always going to be, let's say it's 1.6 meters high. It's always going to be 1.6 meters high, and it doesn't matter if you're standing next to that cow or that cow is 30 miles in the distance. It's still 1.6 meters high. Therefore, there is no reduction of angular size, apparent size, what you actually see as it moves further in the distance. So the calculators have the target size remain constant, regardless of its distance. And then the only thing that's happening is Earth is either rising up between you and it to obscure your view of it, or it's sinking down along the curve as it gets smaller with distance. But as I say, the whole number, the actual size number, the feet and inches or meters value, ignores the change in size as it gets further away. This cow is small, that cow is far away. That's ignored. So a curved wave that's small in the near foreground or midground can obscure a big but small in apparent size building that's very far away and close to the horizon because it's reduced in size. Angular size, not actual size. So yeah, it's very easy for a very small wave in the close to you to obscure a very big building that's far away. That's perspective.
Yeah, I just
Birdland.
think that,
Birdland.
sorry, go ahead.
Round out your point, Ranty.
No, I just think that moving forward, you know, anybody that does observations in future must always look into the height of the waves on that particular day and subtract them from their observation, because literally it makes absolute sense that this will artificially put you higher. You know, you need to take the wave height off. You have to, because you can't say you're 6 feet above the water if it's on a flat plane and then you've got 4 foot waves that you're trying to look over, because that wouldn't make any sense. You've got to subtract the height of the waves and include that into your observation. And I'm sure that at some points there could be 8 feet waves and you could have your camera set up at the side that's only at 3 feet. In actual fact, you'd be looking upwards over the wave like so. You'd have to subtract the wave height.
And with that, I'll say if you are watching this on the Nathan Oakley premiering stream, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow. However, if you're watching this live on Nathan Oakley 1980, then a huge, massive, enormous thank you for tuning in, sharing, subscribing, liking, all that good stuff. Also a massive thank you to today's debating panel for making this debate possible. If you need to keep yourself occupied after this live stream is over, then go to nathanoakley.com and check out the Flat Earth Debate Forum to keep up to date with the community debate. As I say, stay tuned if you're watching on the premiering stream. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I'll see you all in the next video.
Oh, what a day! What a lovely day!
You have to. Do you agree, Anthony?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but all the values you're quoting are all actual size values. So you're saying my tripod's 3 feet above the water and I'd have to look over a 4 foot wave. It's like, okay, well, how far away is that 4 foot wave? Because that 4 foot value is basically meaningless. Because if you're right in front of, if the 4 foot wave is right in front of you, it ain't going to be obscuring Jack. You know, whereas if your 4 foot wave is 5 miles into the distance, and you're looking at something that's, I don't know, 20 miles in the distance, 17, Barrow, well then potentially that 4-foot wave can obscure Barrow because its angular size is bigger than the angular size of Barrow. So, you know, this 4-foot tripod and 4-foot wave and whether or not it'll obscure a 20-foot building, it's kind of, it ignores the point and plays into their hands in terms of the hijacking perspective.
Well, what made me look into it was the guy that just asked about this Toronto skyline. So I looked at the average wave heights in that location, and it's between 1.5 meter and 2 meters. So that's between 6 and 8 feet, let's say. And then I just clicked on the first video that I came to, looking at a flat Earth proof of the Toronto skyline. It was from Jennifer Odo, and she's put here that her elevation above sea level was 6 feet. And then she goes into the calculations. I'm just looking at the video now. It's only 36 seconds long. And I think, well, okay, so if she's 6 feet above the water at the edge, but you've got 6 feet waves in the middle or 8 feet waves in the middle, shouldn't her elevation be like 0? Shouldn't she literally have an elevation of 0 as opposed to 6 feet?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, yeah, she should, because on a flat plane, you know, obviously the height of the waves, you know, are still going to cause blockage. So you need to take that into your calculations. So when she puts this details in about saying, oh, I should only see 4 buildings, well, no, because you're not taking into account the waves. And the day that she took this footage, it seems like it was quite windy and blustery. So, you know, who's to say that the waves weren't 2 meters, you know, an 8 feet of wave in the center, and she's only at 6 feet at the edge. She'd have to be looking over the wave to start with. She can't put her elevation at 6 feet above the water at all. She's actually doing it herself.
What you're at, to make it succinct, you're saying you can't put yourself at 6 foot above the water if you're actually not 6 foot above the water.
Yeah. Exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, I see your point. Makes sense.
I've got a question. This is a tough thing about bridges. So on my screen, Lake Pontchartrain Causeway in Louisiana is the longest bridge in the U.S. at 23.875 miles. My idea was, okay, if I get to the exact center and it's 11.9375 miles, and we measure the pillar that connects, that holds it up from the bottom of the sea, or bottom of the whatever it is that the body of water is. Now, from the edge to the center of that bridge, that pillar should, I mean, it's gonna have a 95.3003 feet drop because of the Earth curvature, supposed Earth curvature. Does that mean, I mean, unless there's an uphill at the bottom of the water at that point, does that mean to account for the curvature of the bridge to make it level above the sea level, does that mean the pillar has to be 95.03 feet long at the very center of the bridge?
I don't understand the question.
So if you've got this very long bridge, which is almost 24 miles long, and it's trying to be as level as possible, like not be a roller coaster. So if you get to with the Earth curve calculator, it's going to drop 95 feet.
Okay.
When from the very start of the bridge to the very middle of the bridge.
Okay.
So does that mean the very center of the bridge, the column that connects it, that keeps it standing up from the bottom of the bridge, is that column going to be 95 feet long to account for the curvature?
No. What you're trying to ask is, did they include extra length on the height of the bridge when they took into consideration building it? And that is no. They actually only accounted for 2 inches, literally. You can research that. They counted for 2 inches extra on the length to account for the drop, for the curvature of the Earth. So they say. So I don't know how you're going to squeeze 79 feet of drop into an extra 2-inch of length, because it doesn't work. That bridge would be far too short if it was on a curve.
Okay, I see. That's just weird. Okay.
Yeah, you can research that. Yeah, it's a well-known thing. They only added 2 inches extra for the curvature of the Earth, but yet they were able to wrap it around an extra 79 feet of drop with that 2 inches.
I got a question. Arwen, what's your problem, dude?
Yeah. What's your problem, Arwen?
I think he's just given up picking on me, so he's decided to pick on someone else.
No, I'm just wondering. I'm just curious about what his problem is.
Be more specific?
Yeah, what is your problem? You act like you run this show.
Oh, like you do.
Never
you
mind.
Like it.
Isn't there a lot more than 95 feet of drop in Lake Pontchartrain for the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge?
No, he's saying to the center.
Oh, I'm sorry. So 95 feet both sides.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I mean, mathematically, even that doesn't make sense, right? You measure to the middle and then you measure again and it comes out the same. But if you stood on one side and measured it, you get a totally different measurement. It's just nonsense. The whole thing's nonsense.
Yep.
My next question is, am I going to have to censor myself to be on this show for Arwen's sake, or can I just be me?
What do you think? What do
You can be yourself as much as you want, but I will eventually
what do you think,
because
Slick?
you are naturally a dickhead.
If I try and censor you, Slick, how well do you reckon I'll get on?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
If I try to censor you, how well do you think I'll get on?
Well, no, I'm just saying, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Arwen, because he wants to kick me every time I be myself, and I'm just wondering if that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, it's like a sniper threatening to shoot you in the face because they've annoyed you, or you've annoyed them. I don't think he actually will shoot you in the face. That is.
No, I'm talking about.
I definitely could. Definitely. Absolutely.
When I'm asking, my question is, am I going to have to worry about being kicked for being myself? Is that going to be a problem?
No, do you believe he will kick you?
Yes, you do.
That's all.
I don't think he'll kick you, Slick, unless you're really unnecessarily rude and interruptive.
Yes, I will.
You know, like the way you're doing to me right now, Arwen.
I mean, Arwen thinks I run the Hangouts, so obviously.
What?
What? What do you mean? Are you saying that's not true?
And here begins the spiral downwards.
Right, it's the after show. It's all good. I'm good with this.
You know when you pull the plug out the sink and all the water it like circles and goes down to the base of the sink, and we're at the bottom of that sink right now.
Somebody's pulled Coriolis.
Yeah.
They're trying to prove Coriolis.
Cornelius effect.
So I got my next question would be, so at what point should we kick you? When you start talking about gravity as an aberration, can we kick you at that point?
Well, you could try.
I'm going to say yes. Yes, you can.
I almost can agree with Slick on this one, though. Sorry, Owen, I love you, my boy, but...
Oh, well, I'd like to see you try. Hey, you want to go to war with me? That's fine. I have 3 years.
We don't need a war.
Just to remind you.
We don't need a war. We just need proof.
Oh, no, there is a war.
Yeah, we don't need a war, though, do we?
Yes, we do, because if we didn't need it, it wouldn't be one.
Look, you know what you want to do tonight? If you go onto my channel and look up the Arwen hangout, where me and Arwen we're back and forth fighting with each other over gravity, you'll see how Arwen gets. He's like a little Yorkshire Terrier.
I don't care how Arwen gets. I know what Arwen is, and the war is on.
Yeah, it's right, Slick James, religious fantasist, with your own religious fantasies, yet claiming you only experience, you don't believe, yet you use specific religious metaphors all the time like a stupid religious fanatic, two-faced idiot.
Is Gnosticism a religion?
Define Gnosticism.
I don't know exactly.
I like that. Was absolutely priceless, Ivan. Thanks. Define superlumen compression.
It seems as though Arwen has found his true arch nemesis.
No. Absolutely not.
This is what happens when the darkness gets exposed to the light.
Ooh, who's the dark and who's the light?
You're not my enemy. You're not worthy to be my enemy. You're just in the way, annoying, like a bomb that refuses to go away.
I'd like to know what he means by darkness and light.
Causing ruckus, disrupting.
Yeah, that sounds like a religious statement, doesn't it? Darkness and light.
Well, darkness and light implies some kind of moral value in which you're determining what you think is right and wrong. So yeah, some level there might be something to that.
Was that a religious context there, Slick?
Well, what did Jesus mean when he talked about the darkness and the light? What was he talking about?
I don't know. I'm not going to speak for Jesus.
No, I'm asking Paul.
We're asking you, Slick. That's a red herring.
It's a religious quote. Religion, as in belief.
Well, like I said, you asked your question, and I gave you my answer. What did Jesus mean by darkness and the light? So if you don't know what he meant and you can't answer what he said, then neither can I answer you.
I mean, I think I know what he said, but I don't know if you haven't defined it. I'm asking what you think Jesus said.
Go by his description and you'll be just fine.
So if I follow him, then I should follow a religious leader? So you're saying me to be religious? Is that what you're saying?
Just said, no, what I just said is what I said. You can go by what he said and you'll be just fine. You don't need to reword it. You don't need to repackage it and try to resell it to me. Just go by what I said.
What he means is don't ask him questions because he'll have to red herring you because he's incapable of directly answering questions.
Well, that's what he's doing now. He's red herring it.
Could you answer his question that he did ask?
What was the question?
What is this? What was it?
Ask again, Paul.
What's your definition of darkness and light?
What is Jesus' definition between darkness and light?
Hang on, why are you changing?
Hold on. This is me and Paul. This is just me and Paul. Paul, do you know what Jesus is when he answers those questions and when he makes those statements? Do you know what he means by darkness and light? Yes,
you are red herring me, Slick.
If you don't want to answer, just say you don't want to answer.
You answer instead of asking.
I'm trying to talk to Paul, Arwen. Arwen, I'm trying to talk to Paul. I'm just trying to talk to Paul, Arwen. He can handle himself, believe me.
But all you've done is like the like the counselor in the movie. You know, the A-list celebrity goes to the counselor, and the counselor immediately just throws the person on the couch says, "I'm feeling terrible. Why am I feeling like this?" Well, you tell me why you're feeling like this. So you're being asked a question, you're just immediately throwing back the question to him, but phrasing it to Jesus.
Yes, because that is my point. I'm making a point. If you see the point, fine. If you don't worry about it.
That's okay then. Hold on, Arwen. Hold on. If you're saying you're making a point by throwing that back as a question framed towards Jesus, explain that point to me because I don't get it.
The point is that Jesus makes very clear what the difference is between the darkness and the light. So you don't need to ask me, just ask him and you'll have the answer.
Right.
Yeah, he's asking you.
No, just knows how to ask more questions without actually answering the question because that's his specialization. It's the ultimate red herring bullshit.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know what your answer to the question asked is rather than posing it back as a question which is a politician's answer.
Right, but I'm not interested in what your interest is. I gave my answer. If you don't understand it, that's not my problem.
It's not an answer.
That's too bad.
But it's a rephrasing of the question.
You're lying, you two-faced snake.
That's too.
Who the hell do you think you are being this hypocritical to our faces like this?
Just not answering the question.
Like I said,
it's repackaging and asking it back.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just saying you're not answering it. You're repackaging the exact same question and asking it back.
Exactly. And like I said, if you don't understand it, that's too bad.
Do you remember when you called me a snake, right? is it not snaky to do what you've just done there by asking re-asking the question back?
Have whatever opinion that works for you.
What opinion works for you, Slick?
Arwin, do your job, Arwin.
You're a snake, Slick. You're a hypocrite. You're two-faced, and you're a dumbass.
It does seem a little hypocritical, Slick.
Didn't I just say, do what works for you? Why do you feel the need to keep repeating it? If that works for you, go with it.
For you because
do you understand? So you don't have to keep saying
the question.
Right, I understand that, but I gave you my answer, and I said that if you don't accept my answer, that's too bad. Now, you can hold on. Let me finish. Can I finish, please? Let me finish, please.
Your answer is not an answer.
Now, I told you whatever my answer is, whether you accept it or not, I don't care. If you call me a snake for not answering it, so be it. That's all there is to it. If you don't like it, that's too bad.
Snake.
Slick, would you if you get asked a question and then you answer it with a question back, would you agree with me that you could describe that trait as evasive?
I don't have to describe anything as anything. You ask me a question and I give my answer. And if you don't like my answer, that's too bad.
You don't answer. You don't give an answer. You just red herring. Every single freaking time.
Okay, so if I
don't answer, you never answer questions asked you ever.
Okay, so hold on. Let me finish. Hold on. The thing is, hold on. Let me just say this real quick before I lose it. If I give red herrings for answers, don't ask me questions.
Don't ask him any questions because he doesn't ever answer anything. You asked him what he had for breakfast, he would say something to eat.
Hey,
then don't ask me any questions.
I just need to get a hello from our new guest. That's all I need. Hey, Anon. You hear us?
What's going on, buddy?
Hey, Anon.
Good to have you.
So, Slick.
Wait, Slick James. I'm going to ask you a question.
There's
What's
a war?
1 plus 1?
A little bit.
This is somebody played that with me before, and I don't like playing that game.
I just wanted to see.
Compelled to red herring and not answer questions.
Didn't I just tell you? Listen, I just told you.
Psychological disorder. He's probably been.
Listen, here's the thing.
Have this by psychiatrists.
If I answer questions with red herrings, here's the solution. Don't ask me any questions. Very simple.
How can that help us though in a debate platform with trying to because debate is like asking each other.
I think I've just figured out what's going on.
Listen,
I think I've solved the mystery. I figured it out.
Sleepy, let me answer your question for you.
Hold on. Slick.
Hold on. No, he asked me a question. Now let me answer it. Sleeping warrior, help yourself. Don't look for me to help you.
That's not an answer.
I think the problem is, right, it's like forbidden fruit. You're telling people not to ask you questions. And it's like a chain reaction that they instinctively want to ask.
I didn't say that, Nathan. What I said was, if you don't like my answers, don't ask me questions. If my answers are red herrings, then don't ask me questions if that's all I'm going to do is give you a red herring. That doesn't make any sense.
But how do we know you're going to do that if we don't ask the question in the first place?
But being told
I'll tell you what. Let's do this. Don't ask me any more questions, period. How's that?
Pound says the next thing out of someone's mouth will be a question directed towards Slick.
Okay, so how come you're allowed to ask questions, but we're
I knew it. Someone owes me a pound.
He is here to give red herrings, and he doesn't take buybacks.
Yeah, but he asks questions. And then if you don't give the right answer what he expects you to give, he then asks it again, and then he repackages it and asks it again. And he literally asks lots of questions of you, but when you ask him a question, he does this thing.
Okay, well then do this. Whenever I ask you a question, give me a red herring.
Why? What the hell are you... this is a frigging debate platform. What the hell? Why would you want it to turn into a shit show?
So hang on. Slick. Do you have a view on what shape the Earth is?
The Earth presents itself as flat and motionless.
There's an answer. What was so hard with that?
I don't understand the problem.
Don't you? Come on.
Believe flat Earth does not make you a good person or wanted or anything. I don't care about people just because they believe in flat Earth.
Who asked you what you thought?
Why are you answering my didn't ask you anything. Well, why are you talking to me?
I have no idea, man. Now you got me there. I have absolutely no idea why I would talk to you. Now, that was a good question. That was the best question I've ever heard. Why I would talk to you is beyond me.
At least you answered it, though.
Slick, that was funny.
Oh man, you guys are killing me.
I think Slick has his philosophy. If I give you no answers, I tell you no lies. I think that's Slick's philosophy.
Yeah, I can't incriminate myself accidentally if I don't answer.
Yeah, well, I tell you what. Worry about your philosophy and let me worry about my philosophy, and we'll all be happier for it.
Oh, I'm not talking to you, Slick. I'm talking to the rest of the panel. You can listen if you want. I'm talking.
No, but I'm talking to you. I don't care who you're talking to, but I'm talking to you.
You shut up.
But I'm not talking to you, Aaron, because you've made it clear that it's very useless to talk to you.
Up, Slick.
No rumpusing, please.
You don't tell me what to do.
Yeah, I will. Shut up.
You don't tell me what to do.
My favourite line in this debacle was a couple of days ago when John says, "Shut your mouth when you're talking to Slick."
You got that? You shut your mouth when you're talking to me.
Healthy, Martin.
All right, I have a genuine question for Slick. Where do you get the name Slick from in your name?
Anthony, you can tell when you're talking that you're laughing.
There's
James,
I have an
Rick
answer
James.
for you. I actually have two answers.
Rick James.
One, I have two answers if you're willing to listen. One of the answers is I picked it up because it's an offshoot of Rick James, because him and I have the same name. The other reason I have the name Slick is because I am a master manipulator and I realize it. So I'm true to myself.
Do you remember the last guy that called? Do you remember the last guy that called himself a master manipulator?
Master debater.
I don't care. Listen,
right, but he's probably
I have no. He's
himself.
talking to me. Can I answer the question? I have no regard for anybody else. I only have regard for myself. So
Actually, respectfully, I was talking to Nathan. Do you remember the last guy we had that claimed to be a master manipulator, Nathan?
Was it Wiggles?
No, it was on our side. He went rogue.
Oh, was it Chris?
Yeah. He called himself a self-proclaimed psychopath, a manipulated psychopath.
Now hold on. Why are you inserting that word psychopath on?
No,
me? I never said anything about psychopath.
No.
We're talking about somebody else.
I'm talking to Sleeping Warrior. I just want to clear that up. Now, I never said anything about psychopaths, so I would appreciate it if you don't try to slip that in.
So would you disagree with me then if I suggested that a psychopath was a synonym for master manipulator?
No, I would not.
I wouldn't agree with that either.
No, would I? What about sociopath?
Okay, sociopath.
That's what I said to Chris. So when Chris said he was a psychopath, I was like, no, maybe sociopath, but not psychopath.
Okay, so rephrase the word psychopath.
In other words, I'm not either. I'm not with both of those. I'm neither.
But if you're a self-admitted manipulator,
right. The thing is, you're trying to repackage what I said. Instead of just accepting what I said and let it go, you want to add to it and reform it. That's where you're having a problem. Hold on, let me finish. So that's where you're having a problem. Just stop reforming my answers and you'll be fine.
But are you manipulating me though?
Never tell.
Guys, you know what? Hey,
doesn't actually.
Silence would have been perfect then.
It would have been. Guys, listen. It was a very nice conversation, but I gotta go. See you later.
Thanks.
See you later.
Do you believe that you're going, or do you know it?
He's definitely an interesting character, isn't he?
I like Slit.
Yeah, I'll give him that.
I mean, he hated. I couldn't do this because it just rumpus the hell out of me if I did this while he was here. But I've made the comparison before that Arwin was in the exact same boat. I mean, it's amusing to me that Arwin's got the most vitriol for Slick when pretty much a lot of his assertions came with the same vitriol from the audience and the panel in almost identical manner. But yeah, Arwin's the most vitriolic towards Slick, which just...
I have actually new ideas. I answer questions more than anyone. I actually directly answers question, even with yes, no. I do that. I don't
think he's trying to make that type of comparison. I think he's just saying like that kind of like the path they're going down in the Hangouts. That's kind of like the same thing.
Yeah, the attitude towards, regardless of being comparable in terms of how your behavior is, because you're very different to Slick. But I'm just saying the attitude towards whatever it was you were doing as a behavior, the result manifested itself in exactly the same way for you and Slick. That's all I'm saying.
Trolls will troll, and they'll troll anyone.
Arwen, what's the distance to the sun?
I don't think there's a measurable distance to the sun.
I didn't give you the right answer. You gave him the right feed line, Ibon. Nice try.
I know.
Oh, he's back.
Shh, shh, stop talking about him. Hey, Slick.
Hello.
We weren't really talking about you. We were asking Arwen for the distance to the sun, just so you don't get paranoid. He didn't give the right answer, though.
I know.
Why would I?
He actually did a Slick and swerved it.
Why would I get paranoid?
Way back.
Don't be
actually,
No.
Nathan,
question.
Arwen did give the right answer. We just didn't get the answer that he usually says.
You'd get paranoid because we all went, shh, stop talking about him, jokingly.
Yeah.
No, you just assumed that I would be paranoid.
Well, that would lead almost anybody to be paranoid, right? Even if it's a joke.
Slick, can I ask, is this a form of trolling?
No, I'm not into trolling games.
That was an answer.
You took the words out of my mouth. That was an answer. There you go. And we know that it's Rick James, not Slick James.
You know what? This is what I don't understand. Why are people having a problem saying that I don't answer? I answer all the time.
Yeah, but
I know you do.
Very vague.
It's just that some questions are better answered with a question. That's just how I do things.
What makes you think that?
Questions are not answers.
The darkness and the light. That was a very direct, meaningful.
Okay, let me tell you what the difference between the darkness and the light is. The darkness is when somebody does something he tries to hide when he's doing it. He's not doing it out in the open where everybody can see him. That's what darkness is. Hold on, listen now. So now what the light is a person that does whatever he says it so the whole world can hear. All the things he does them so that the whole world can see. Now, is that a sufficient answer for you or not? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Given that Paul was the one that asked.
Get it back on track. It was Paul's question.
Yeah.
Right, but I gave you an answer because you didn't want to accept my first one, so I gave you one this time so you wouldn't play the red herring game. So now do you see that I can answer any question, whether I choose to answer it with a question or whether I just choose to flat out answer it? It's my choice, and I can do what I want.
Slick, that's fair enough, but there might have been an ancillary point that went along with that question that took about 15 minutes to answer. Unfortunately, Paul's probably away from his mic at the right timing. He wasn't to know it would take 15.
I'm here.
Oh, cool. Well,
I'm here.
So great. We're on the rails again, Paul. So your question.
Both answers were the same.
No, they were fundamentally different. One was you asking the question back in reference to Jesus, and the other one was you saying that if you're doing things in the darkness, then you're concealing them, and if you're doing them in the light, they're open to everybody. So they are fundamentally different.
But Jesus and I would have answered that question the exact same way. Am I right or wrong?
Do you believe Jesus would have answered the same as you?
Didn't I tell you that I don't have beliefs?
Well, there you go. Anyway, look, before we get sidetracked
hold
already...
on, no, because since you made that statement, Nathan, do you understand the spirit?
I wanted to get it on track for Paul. Paul might have had an ancillary point to his question about light and dark. If not, then great, I'll answer whatever you like, Slick. But I'm hoping to get it back on track because it was Paul's question.
Okay, yeah. Now that he's answered the question that those that do the stuff in the dark, that's what they do. They do it behind. They don't put it out in public, that kind of thing. Well, for one, I got my name out there. My name's public. I've showed my face several times on this Hangout. I can show it again if you'd like. I know Nathan.
No, you're proper ugly.
What's that?
No, don't show it again. You're proper ugly. You'll scare the kids.
Oh, you're hijacking his point.
Yeah, you're probably right. You're right about that. Okay.
That's not true.
I don't have kids. I'm joking.
It's not true.
Paul's shown himself on my channel. So.
Yep, I have. So obviously everything I say on this panel has gone out for the world to see. So first of all, I don't fit that first definition of darkness. It sounds like I'm in the light. So you calling me in the darkness? Are you calling me in the darkness, Slick?
Not because of that. I was calling you out for your dark moves that you made when we had the chat. That's what I was calling out your darkness for.
Okay. Okay. When you say dark moves, that means you think my behavior is wrong. Is that right?
Did you just hear what I said?
I'm asking a clarifying question.
What's to clarify? Didn't I just told you? I just told you the dark moves that you made during our chat. What's so hard to understand about that?
Well, for one, that was public. There was probably, I don't know how many people that could see that. Most of the people in that hangout have seen me publicly. So again, I'm still in the light. You haven't showed anything that's dark. So I'm implying that you say that I've done something wrong.
No,
You're saying it's
what happened? Here, let me tell you what happened. What happened was you tried to pull a trick and I caught you.
So you're implying some kind of moral standard.
I'm not implying anything. I just said what I said. You tried to pull a trick and I caught you.
No, you thought he tricked you.
Yeah, you thought I tricked you.
You trick people all the time. You give trick answers, all that kind of shit all the time yourself.
You try to imply my intent. Now you're implying my intent. You get on everybody else for implying your intent. Now you're implying my intent.
Nathan, can I ask you a question? Nathan, let me ask you a question. What happens when a Glober comes on and he tries to trick you and you catch it? What do you do to him?
Nathan can't help you. Answer the question.
Are you there, Nathan?
I think he asked you a question.
He's not, obviously, so let's get
Okay, so ask me that. Could you shut up, please? I don't even want to talk to you.
He's not there. I'm not going to be silent all the time because you're waiting on Nathan to answer a question.
I'm talking to Paul. Paul, re-ask your question, please. And if this person would be quiet for a minute so that I can hear you.
Wait, what was Aaron saying? I'm just kidding.
Hold on, Ivan. Okay, you're implying intent on me. So you're saying I'm trying to trick you. Trying to trick you into something. So that means you're implying some kind of intent to me, which means you're trying to say what I'm thinking and what I'm feeling. So
no,
that's
not what I'm doing. No, that's not what I'm doing. I caught you. In other words, you tried to pull a trick and I caught it.
What was the trick?
We'll go back to the chat and read it. I told you about it right in the chat.
He doesn't even remember.
Listen, I can't pull up the chat on my phone right now and pinpoint the exact spot, but it's there. Go back and read it. We were talking on Sunday. Remember that chat that we had in the hangout? Okay, go back to that and read it line for line. Hold on. I'm not finished. Now, go back to that chat, read it line for line, and you will see the point where I pointed out that I caught you in a trick.
But see, I'm telling you straight up, Slick, I was not trying to trick you.
I didn't ask you what you're telling me because I'm not asking you your opinion. I caught you in a trick. I didn't ask you to define whether you were caught in a trick or not. I know what I caught. I don't need to ask you were you being playing a trick. I caught it.
He's not going to be dissuaded from his paranoia.
Can I ask a question, Slick?
You can ask anything you want.
It's not a got you question. It's just a question.
Doesn't matter.
Trying to do the math on this. So, is there a possibility that maybe you might have misconstrued his intent?
Not in this case, no. No, it's not.
It's not a possibility at all.
No, not at all, because you can go back and read the transcript and see where it happened. So no, it's not a possibility. Now, maybe some other possibilities in some other instances, maybe, but not this one.
But here's the thing. If in his
now, do you understand? Hold on, Chocolate. No,
I get your point. I get your point.
So, so then why are you going further? What? No, hold on, because I got a question.
The same way you say
I know, but let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question now.
Go for it.
You've asked me a question, and I've answered it. Why can't you let it go and move on? Why do you have to follow it up with another question? And I'm still not done. Why is it that every time I answer a question, you ask another one, I answer, you ask another one? See, that gets on my nerves. Why do you do that? Why can't you ask your question? Hold on. Hold on. Why can't you just ask one question, get your answer, and move on? Why do you got to ask 5?
Why is moving on not asking another question? What if I want to delve further into the subject? Why?
Yes, you can dwell further, but the thing is, because the problem is that when I give you an answer and you didn't understand it, if you didn't understand the answer to the first question, what makes you think you're going to understand the one to the next one? It's
Because
already
I didn't
obvious.
say I don't
Hold
understand.
on.
If I didn't understand, I would say that.
Right, but it's already obvious that you have an understanding problem. So why put that on me?
I don't have an understanding problem.
If you start asking
speaking to Paul's intent.
If you ask
the
question
same way you don't like
question,
when people speak to your intent, you're speaking to his intent.
Listen,
you're not
then
inside his
let
brain.
me ask you something,
can't read
Chocolate.
his mind.
Chocolate, let me ask you a question. Did you see the conversation between us?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, not probably. I'm asking you. Did you see it or did you not? The conversation that we had, no, it was on Hangouts that we had Sunday. Did you see that conversation or not?
This past Sunday.
This past Sunday, I believe it was. Yes. Did you see the conversation?
Believe it.
That one in particular, no.
Okay, so then why are you even involved? See, you're in here asking questions about something you have no way of even knowing about.
I have to read the whole Hangout to
well, I'm just saying, if you want to, yes, if you hold on. If you want to ask me a question, hold on. If you want to ask a question about this particular situation, at least have the facts before you start coming in with your opinions.
I don't have opinions. I'm asking questions.
Go read the transcript and then ask a question.
Okay, copy that.
Slick, did I just catch you saying you believed it was on Sunday?
Don't talk to me.
Slick doesn't have beliefs.
Listen, I've used that word belief 1,000,000 times. It's gonna slip every now and then because
you
that's
say you
how
have no beliefs.
Would you let me finish? Stop doing that, damn it! Now, the word belief is going to slip out because I've used that word a zillion times. Hold on. Now, just because it slips out, that doesn't mean I have beliefs. It's just a slip. Don't use that as a gotcha so that you can take your trophy and go polish it up and put it on your dresser. I don't have beliefs.
Then you shouldn't use the
I
word
thought it was
belief.
funny, that's all. I'm not being proud of, I caught you. You just said, I made a mistake. Very sophisticated way, very.
It just seems it seems contradictory if you say you don't have beliefs to use the word belief in your vocabulary.
What are you talking about? Listen, if I'm sleeping, if I'm having a conversation with you and you have beliefs and I don't, how can I avoid that word?
Don't use the word if you don't have beliefs.
No. Do you understand the question I just asked you? If you and I are having a conversation and you have beliefs and I don't, how can I avoid that word? Just answer that question.
Don't use the word belief when you're talking about beliefs.
No, okay,
that's
but
the answer, Slick.
I'm talking to him. I'm talking to him.
Well, he gave you an answer.
Would you let me talk to him, please? Now, sleeping. So do you understand how sometimes you answer questions and they sound like red herrings? Because the answer that you gave right now, that could be considered a red herring.
No.
But hang on. So what you're saying is that you didn't understand my question.
Literally.
I wish Arwen was. Can somebody shut him up?
No, I am going to keep on talking over you. I love this.
Okay, well, listen, guys, I can't deal with this guy. I'll see you later.
Bye.
Do you believe you're leaving, or do you know it?
I don't get him. I don't understand.
I do. Do you think he's coming back in 2 minutes, or like what the hell?
I just don't get why he would be so confrontational with friendlies.
Well, here's the thing.
Apparently we're not friendlies.
I think
he only cares about himself. I mean, these were his words.
Well, and he's not willing to let his worldview be challenged. He's not willing to let any of his thoughts be challenged or his concepts. I mean, in a debate format, your thoughts, your ideas, your concepts, whatever's going to be challenged, he wants to challenge everybody else's concepts, but he doesn't want his concepts challenged. And as soon as you start challenging those concepts, he won't let you. I mean, I'm a Christian. I'm willing to be open and honest, talk, and we've done that a lot. But I try not to make it a point. But I'm open for the dialogue because I'm open to be wrong.
Was I wrong in asking him about him misconstruing Paul's intent?
No, absolutely not. I agree.
He doesn't want people to speak on his intent, but
if you're challenging
the
character,
Paul is trying to trick him. But how do you know that? How can you confirm that? Sounds like
if he's challenging Paul's character, Paul's well within his rights to ask why.
Something he doesn't let go.
I don't know.
He's back.
Chocolate. Chocolate, to answer your question, if the character of a person's being challenged, yes, you absolutely, and anybody's absolutely entitled to ask further questions when you're questioning the intention of the person that you're making the statement against.
Exactly. And it's not necessary for me to actually read what's going on. I can hear what's going on.
I agree.
Like, what's wrong with you? But whatever.
So I
don't know.
Slick, a question.
Slick, you back?
Apparently.
So why would
Really?
Hey,
Just
hold on.
back.
Like, do you leave and go do like 10 push-ups and say, calm down, and then come back?
Why would you say you're a master manipulator? That's not a good quality to want to boast. Why would you do that?
Well, being true to oneself is a very good character trait.
But what if oneself?
That was not my question. That was
Being
not my
good
question.
is not. It's not that.
That is not my question.
I'm sorry. Ask it again.
You said the slick master word.
Yeah. So what's your point? What's your point?
I've been alive for a while.
You're fading out, guy. I can't even hear you.
He's asking, why would you preach that as an
Manipulating
attribute?
is not a good attribute.
Who said anything about attribute? All I said was I'm just true to myself. You guys throw these words in.
He's asking the question.
Not an answer to the question.
The question he's asking is, why would you not gloat about it, but why would you be positive about that attribute?
Who said the word positive?
You said it as though it was a badge.
You picked
I know. I didn't say anything. See, you're putting words in my mouth. All I said was what I said. But you're putting these words in there about positive and attributes and all of that stuff. Did I ever use the word positive or attribute?
Manipulator.
I know what I said.
Slick, the question that everybody understood and asked was, why did you say it in such a way that was with a positive spin to it when it's generally perceived as a negative attribute?
You're the one that said it with a positive spin. I didn't.
Right, that was the question asked.
Why are you putting this positive spin move on me? What is that about?
That's the question being asked.
I know, but my point is, why do you keep coming up with things that I didn't say?
Hold on. Positive.
Hold on. I didn't say anything about positive attributes or anything. I made my statement, and that's that. Don't put. I don't mind talking to you, but don't put words in my mouth. That offends me.
I'm not.
I didn't. Hey, hold on. Wait, just let me ask
He was sharing
it's a
his
name.
Guys,
it's a name you picked for yourself.
But did he say what he was a master manipulator of? Did he say that? Or did he just
No.
Yeah, so that's my question then. You guys are gonna hang on every single word that people say. You say that he said he's a master manipulator, but he didn't say of what. And he didn't say it in a positive way, and neither did he give it away as a negative. So I don't get why we're all jumping on him about that. So let's ask him what's he a master manipulator of first.
Like the realm, the manipulator of the realm. That's fine. Manipulator of people is not good.
Well, why don't
I understand what you're saying.
Answer the question.
But he didn't say. I'm not asking Slick that question. I'm asking you guys that question. I'm not asking Slick that question. I'm asking you guys. He made a statement and he said he's a master manipulator, and then nobody asked him of what. But you're all still whatever. That's my anyway. You understand me, don't you?
That is a valid point. I take that. I agree. So
it's also a pedantic point.
No, but it is, because if you could manipulate you can manipulate metal. You could be a.
I don't think anybody misunderstood Slick when he said what he said. I think everybody.
I know, but let's just clarify.
Okay, let me clarify. Okay, listen, let me clarify it for you. In my past, I was one of the more ruthless gangsters. And I usually came out on top because I am one of the top gangsters that can outthink my rivals.
Wow. He's a gangster, guys. Amazing.
Now, I'm not a gangster anymore. That was back then.
Oh, that eliminates my next question then.
Now does everybody understand?
What was going to be your next question?
I was going to see if I could solicit drugs and things. Nothing. Don't worry about it.
Slick, I've got a general question that pervades your overall demeanor. It's not specific or narrow to a particular point.
I was also a pimp because I can manipulate women's minds fairly easily.
Wow. sorry. That brings up a new question. Was that past tense or present tense?
Past.
Oh, no further questions.
Pimping ain't easy.
Wow. You got some things to resolve with the creator at the end of it.
Wait, that would mean you could manipulate Arwen pretty easily, right?
No.
Can I ask?
Are you saying Arwen's a girl? What are you saying?
Excuse me?
Like, guys,
That's
let me ask
outrageous,
two questions.
Chocolate.
It
How
should
dare
be
you?
straightforward.
What you have to understand about Arwen is that Satan is also a master manipulator.
Look, Can I ask you two quick questions? Hopefully they're going to be quick. Do you feel as though that the people on the panel, when we're asking questions to you, do you feel as though that we're hostile witnesses against you?
I really don't care what type of witnesses you are. It doesn't matter to me one way or another.
Okay, so my second question is, do you realize that your overall demeanor creates an impression to me, and I'm sure it's consistent with other people too, that you're very almost confrontational with friends, people that are friendly on the same side. It seems to be an unusual trait for an ally.
You're not friends, and I'm not your ally.
Told you.
All right, I say them words loosely. In the context of Flat Earth, we're allies.
No, you're not.
He's just here to have his experience.
Really? I done told you that before.
You're a snake, Anthony.
I work alone. I don't have any colleagues or movements or that kind of thing.
That's where you fit into this. You're a renegade. I get it. So you're like Del from Beyond the Imaginary Curve, right?
Listen, I'm not like anything. I'm me. I'm not Del. Del is Del, and I'm me. So please don't compare me with other people, if you don't mind. If you could
now
just
I know
do
where
that,
you fit in.
if you
I
could,
get it.
listen, if you could do that for me, I'd really appreciate it.
It's okay. I get where you fit in now. For me, I understand. It's fine.
What's your thoughts on Del?
He's a renegade.
Funky
Like
Homo sapien.
Why do you say he's a renegade?
Because he doesn't. He's got the same holds everybody at arm's length. He treats everybody with suspicion. He's not really open with people. He's very reserved and guarded and defensive minded.
That's why I appreciate it.
You do know he lets people on and talk with them. How's that being guarded?
Have you ever tried speaking with Del?
Yes, I have.
And have you found it to be? How did it go?
It went well. I like talking with them.
Actually, they had a nice hangout. Actually, it was actually pretty good.
Eban did a 2-hour interview with me, and I never avoided not one of his questions. I was never hostile. It was a totally mutual and understanding conversation.
Oh, we were not talking about you.
With regards to Dal, Anthony, could it just be you?
Well, I've seen the way that it could just be me. It could just be me. But I've seen the way that Del generally treats his guests, and there's a common theme. And when Slick said something that resonated with me, there was a direct comparison in my mind with that attribute that Del's got. So for me, I understand how Slick works now. Maybe others don't. Maybe Slick doesn't like that. But I understand.
Yes, and I don't like that. And if you keep it up, you and I are going to have a problem.
Well, that's okay. That would be your problem, not mine.
Man, Slick, you're so intimidating every time.
Just so you understand, Sleeping, I'm just making a point.
No, I understand, and that will be your point. But my point is that now I understand that your position is generally you're not friends with anybody. That means by that fact, that makes you renegade, correct?
Listen, no, it does not. That's what I said. See, the problem is when I make my statement, you feel the need to repackage it, and that's not necessary. Just take my statement. Don't try to put anything on it and just let it go. Don't try to compare me. Don't try to compare me with somebody because I'm not like anybody. So please don't do that. Thank you.
Problem. Sir.
That's right, Slick. You're special.
No, I'm look
special.
When it's just like the Dell. Like I'm wondering with people. I mean, when I talked with James for like 2 hours, that was friendly conversation.
Yeah, but when you ask James, like, I don't know, something really trivial, and he gives you a really convoluted answer, it creates a suspicion, right?
Eban, let me ask you a question. In our conversation, did I ever give you a convoluted answer, or was I straight up? In your opinion?
mostly straight up. I mean, if I had a question about an answer, I would ask it, and then, but I would just let you speak, and if you want to elaborate. If not, I just move on to another question. I mean, I mean, when I'm talking to people, I'm a little bit different. I just want the information that you have, whether you've got that information from somewhere else, and if you did, you know where that source is. That's great. If not, if you came up with it on your own, that's great too. You know,
it's just a question I'm asking you. Did I ever come off as offensive or hostile in our conversation?
No, you did not.
Thank you.
No, Yvonne, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Sorry, can I ask you? Did you ever challenge any of his worldview, or did you just accept it?
I just want to know his worldview. Whether I'm going to challenge it, I may challenge it later.
You didn't.
But,
listen,
you didn't.
I'm not here to challenge you guys on your worldviews. Otherwise, I won't be able to hear your worldviews. Do you understand that?
He's listening to understand, not listening to respond.
That
Exactly.
doesn't make any sense.
No, I mean,
say that
imagine
again?
you're talking with an atheist, and the atheist tells you his worldview, or he's trying to explain it, but you keep stopping him. It's because you don't want to hear his worldview. You want to challenge him already because you already presupposed his worldview on your own thoughts about what the atheist worldview is. I don't go into that. I want to understand the worldview so I can make my decisions afterward.
Yeah, but you can still challenge that worldview to get a better understanding, right?
Yes, that's true.
But you've got to hear it all first, though, haven't you?
Yes.
I don't have a problem with listening. I mean, I think that is a good aspect of understanding. But, you know, the truth or reality, as we've been talking about, will withstand scrutiny, which means if I question it, if I call it into question, if we call it into, I don't know if I look at that the right way. If it's true, if that statement or that worldview is true, then it will withstand scrutiny.
Now,
if not, it will fall apart.
Keep that in mind, Paul, when I challenge your Jesus walking on water, because if it can
you haven't done anything.
Hold on, let me finish. Already you're getting scared. You didn't even let me finish.
I'm not scared of nothing.
Okay, well, let me finish. Then let me finish then if I haven't done anything. Now, so that will be able to stand up to the scrutiny if it really did happen, now wouldn't it? So you don't have to get all defensive every time I say something about it, do you?
I'm not defensive, but you've done nothing to disprove it. So we're standing here. I'm still waiting.
But it'll
stand up.
It'll stand up to the scrutiny, won't it?
Yep.
Okay, so let's start right now with the scrutiny. Let's talk about the evidence of Jesus walking on water. What evidence do you have?
Eyewitness testimony.
From who? You?
I didn't say me. I said eyewitness testimony.
But I'm asking, did you see it?
No, but I have eyewitness testimony.
Okay, so wait a minute. Now you're sounding confusing because you're saying you didn't see it, but you have eyewitness testimony. Could you elaborate, please?
The gospel writers, which is historical documents, document that Jesus walked on the water.
Have you ever seen these writers?
No. That's why I said historical documents. That's why I said historical documents.
So as I'm asking the question now, so what you telling me is that you believe what these writers say, yes or no?
I acknowledge the information written.
I just asked you a question. That's not what I asked you. I asked you, do you believe what the writer said, yes or no?
I think there's good evidence to think the information contains.
No further.
I think there's good evidence.
Listen, notice how you said that when you ask me a question, I get all evasive. How come when I ask you a question and you get all evasive? Where are you at, Arwen? Why don't you jump up now, Arwen, and say how evasive he's been? I asked you a simple question. I'm not you, Anthony. No, if you can't. I'm talking to Paul. Now, Paul,
you know what? I caught your trick, Slick.
Okay,
I caught your trick. You got a trick too. I'm saying I know the information is reliable.
How do you know that?
In believing.
I know,
because I've done the research to determine that it's reliable. I've looked at that. There's over 5,000 documents that were recorded over. I can't even think straight.
Okay. So here's my documents. Here's my next question. I don't need the word salad. So what you're telling me is that it's the amount of documents that brings truth to a matter. How many documents? Is that what you're telling me?
How many different Iron Man comic
can you step aside, please?
Anon, don't say anything.
Now, so I'm asking you a question. Is the number of documents what determines truth?
That's not what he said. That's
it gives credence to the historical reliability of the information.
That's not my question. That's not what I'm asking you. Just answer my question. Does the amount of documents bring truth to what the documents say? Yes or no?
I've answered it. It gives credence to the historical record.
That's an equivocation. So Paul is giving you... no. Hold on. It's an equivocation. So you're saying quantity. Paul is saying quality. They're different things. You're saying the amount, the number of documents, the number of pages of documents. Well, no, that's not what Paul's offered up as his standard. So you're equivocating his standard by saying the amount rather than the eyewitness testimony, which is a different standard that he's laying out.
And there's a lot of documents recording the eyewitness testimony that has been evaluated by historians, attorneys, and shown to be reliable.
Slit, can I ask a question?
No, because I'm not finished with Paul yet. Now, you said it's been shown to be reliable. Where do you get that from?
It's called forensic evidence.
It's like historical triangulation.
So I'm trying
with
to see now. Arwen is trying to save you, Paul, right now.
Why are you asking more questions? You asked him one question. Now you're asking him more questions.
So now John is trying to save you. See how your crew jumps in to save you.
Why are you doing that?
Don't tell us what we're doing, Slick. You don't have the capability to understand what we're doing. Why don't you just go with your
another question? Well, you're doing the same thing now to Paul. Why are you asking the second and third question?
Yeah.
Because they're follow-up questions. They're not. I'm not asking him
now
the same.
They're okay.
Okay, are you going to let me finish, or you want to answer for me,
now
John?
Because
okay.
I can jump. No, I just wanted to catch you.
Okay, John. I'll tell you what. Let's jump on you now. How can you verify that Jesus walked on water, John?
Say that again.
Since you want to jump in, can you verify that there was a man, Jesus, that walked on water?
How would you like that verification?
Listen, now here we go. Here we go. Can you verify it or not?
Yes. I've got to jump in again there. Sorry, John. But this was the point you reached last time with Paula, Slick. So the question that is offered back is, what is the standard that is acceptable? And last time you took, not offence, whatever the word is, aversion to that statement.
No. That wasn't my question. I just asked a direct question. Could you verify it or not? I didn't ask anything about standard of evidence. I just asked.
Well, we need to know the standard that you accept.
Listen, slow down. Take it easy because you're getting all hyped up.
Yeah, because you're a clown.
Listen, hold on.
I've got to stop you both. Let's try that again. Let's try that again.
Right,
hold on, Slick. Hold on, I've got to stop you both. Right. So this is an impasse if we can't do something about it. So there's the question in reply is, what is the standard that's acceptable? Because otherwise he could just say, yes, it is proven. That is the standard, my word. And you would, of course, reject that out of hand.
Now, hold on. Now, right away. Now, hold on. You're telling me what I would have done. Annan, could you hold on, please? Annan, could you step aside for 1 second? Now, Nathan, what you're doing is telling me what I would and wouldn't do. You can't do that right now. I asked a simple question. Could he verify it or not? Let him answer the question, and let's see where that goes before we start assuming where it's going to go.
Fine.
Now, can
you hold on,
John.
Hold on.
So, John,
let me just rephrase it or paraphrase it. John, can you prove Jesus walked on water?
What standard of evidence would you accept?
What would he need to do to prove it to you, Slick?
I didn't ask him.
Reproduce.
No, hold on. I just asked him, could he? That's all I'm asking. Can you verify it or not? That's all I'm asking. I'm not talking about by any standard.
And he answered yes.
I'm just asking you.
You're saying prove.
What was his answer? Because I'm just asking.
It was yes.
Oh God, Owen, this is really difficult. Thank you. So the word is it verified? Was that the word you used?
No. And let me ask it one more time.
Sure.
John, can you verify that
it was
Jesus
walked
on water?
So it was verified. Hold on, Slick. Slick. So we have to agree on terms. So
because we keep
Slick,
breaking
come on, you're rumpusing the hell out of me. Rumpus. Yeah.
You're rumpusing.
I'm trying to gain some ground. The word is verified. What does that word mean to you?
What does verified mean, period?
Well, exactly. That's what the question is.
Well, no, we don't have to ask that question. We know what verified means. We're not
No, we
kids
don't.
Here.
No, we don't. That's what we mean when we say clarifying terms. What does this term verified mean to you? What's the standard that will have to be met for you to call it verified?
What I'm trying to tell you that there is no standard to me. I'll just take the general verification definition. It doesn't have to be mine, just in general. I'm not really concerned about the how. I'm just asking you, can you? It's yes or no. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, Paul already answered your question.
Okay. No, I'm asking you. I'm asking John, can you verify that Jesus walked on water? Yes or no?
No worries.
If you don't
I'm
want
going
to
to
answer
bring
the
progress
question,
to it
just
myself.
say so.
All right, let's just try.
Now,
So
what did he say?
verification, the process of establishing truth, accuracy, or validity of something. John, can you provide truth, accuracy, or validity to the assertion that Jesus walked on water?
Yes, historical documentation.
Okay, now is that the same historical documentation that Paul is talking about?
Most likely.
Okay, so there are no further questions.
Can I ask my question?
And again, no point was made.
Yeah, I agree.
I got you listen, there was no point made to you, but the point was made to me because I'm the one asking the question. I got my answer.
I got a question.
No, hold on. One at a time.
I got a question.
No, sorry, Anthony first. Go on, Anthony.
Slick, before when you asked you asked somebody, I think it was Paul, you asked a question and he gave you the answer, and I think the question was words similar to do you believe that Jesus walked on water? Or can you I think it was, can you prove Jesus walked on water? And then Paul said yes. And then he said, so you believe that? My question is,
so you're missing, hold on, you're leaving out a part because he answered another question about historical documents. That's what I asked him about. I didn't ask him, did he believe the Jesus thing? I asked him, did he believe the document? So make sure you have this in order.
Okay, that's okay. That bit doesn't matter. What matters is if he accepts that there is proof, is that different to believing that there is proof?
Now,
all right, let me contextualize it. If Arwin tells me that chocolate did something, good or bad, right, and I accept that Arwin said it and I accept that it happened, does that mean I believe that it happened, or does it just mean I accepted it?
Well, that depends on you. What does it mean to you? Why are you asking me what means to you?
Well, perhaps if there was historical documentation that I accepted of an event that happened in history, does that mean I believe it, or does it just mean I accept it, and that's not the same as a belief?
You tell me.
I'd say it's different.
Okay.
All right. Ooh. I have a question to everyone but Slick James on this one. Is, okay, say in 2,000 years from now, the only documents that they have of this period is something from NASA, and NASA says Earth is a globe. Now, the people back in ahead of us 2,000 years from now, are they going to believe that the Earth is a globe? I mean,
well, let's make it about 9/11 because we know what the
depends on what the rulers will be accepting at the time.
Yeah, so we know what the official documents are going to be about 9/11 1,000 years from now, right? But we all know that it didn't go down the way we were told, right?
We know now, yeah. But there's no documentation for that 2,000 years in the future. So if they read those documents of the official presentation of what occurred for 9/11, say it was through New York Times, I mean, are they going to believe that? Is that evidence that it
You're not going to like this,
that way?
The false equivalence fallacy, because you have to define what historical documentation is. It's a hypothetical.
2,000 years ago, that would be historical documentation. That's why I said 2,000 years ago. It's going to be.
It's not historical documentation.
Bible story, which
just
is about
because
2,000
the age
years
is
ago.
that long, that doesn't make it historical documentation.
I didn't hear the start of the answer. Say again, John.
Yeah, that doesn't mean it's historical documentation just because it was 2,000 years from now. That doesn't make it historical documentation. The age isn't the key.
But what he's saying
tell me
is
what
that
makes an historical document.
Hold on, guys. I'm sure Ibon can make his own point. Go ahead, Ibon.
Then what does make a historical document? Because at least I assume that historical documentation is based on age.
Good question.
I'm going to have to go search it back up again. I already did this like 5 times.
It's
before.
fine. Yeah, that's cool.
All right, hold on. Let me go search it. 1 second. I want to be accurate. Go on, smoke them if you got them.
Well, all I was going to say is, you said it's a false equivalence, or an equivocation rather, but Ibon, I see it as a reasonable point. If you've got the annals of history cluttered with garbage that's been made up on the spot by people wanting to push a narrative, and that's classed as history, and we've got a recent example in the form of 9/11, then how can you trust the integrity? That, I think, is the question that Ibon's making.
Documented confirmation.
Well,
you ever heard of it?
It's all right. I know what John's now going to. It just needs to be a small pause while he gets what he's getting, because I've seen it before and I know what's coming.
Well, I was going to make a point too. There's a concept in like even in law enforcement. There's called the chain of custody. Like there's a chain. Like if you have evidence in a crime scene, you have to prove chain of custody, which means it goes from the crime scene to the cop or the detective to the cop to the crime lab into the box. There has to be a chain of custody. And even within the gospel writings, you do have a level of chain of custody, because you have the actual original, the gospel writings, but you also have the people that followed the gospel writers after that. So you have a chain of custody there as well. So that's I think that would be a piece of it. That's not all of it, but that'd be a piece of it. John might bring up more.
John.
No, you don't have to share me. Just read them off. The normal objective measure of historical reliability is threefold: the number of available copies of the ancient manuscripts, the consistency and accuracy with said copies, and the time span between the original version and the date of those copies still in existence. Those are the three standards for historical documentation.
Okay, so in reference to Ibon's point, John, so we've got this historical event of these two towers and the narrative that goes along them. And any narrative that comes out that's inconsistent with the historic narrative goes down the memory hole, metaphorically speaking. Well, that would leave you with an inconsistent, incorrect account that is historically documented. So even with lots of historic documents all pointing to the same event on that date, did you see where I'm going? Or to see where Ibon's going?
Yeah, I do.
So what's the result for that?
Yeah, but you're looking at it in a vacuum too. I mean, you're looking at one event, but the Bible is many, many events that can be, how would you say, corroborated. So it's not just in a vacuum.
I mean, to me, the Bible is very much like globe Earth. I mean, as much as I want to believe,
how so?
Think of it as make Earth globe again. Make me become a Christian, because a lot of people have tried, and I'm open to listening. But I've got a lot of questions.
What's your position with Noah's Ark?
It could have happened.
But that's getting off the beaten path there.
I mean, I wouldn't know. There's a lot of mythologies out there aside from the Abrahamic.
Yeah, let's get off.
What
the
about
Noah thing.
Thor?
Okay, you said that you want to be convinced. Do you believe or do you know that there is a creator?
I don't know.
That's the first step.
And how would I know?
That's the first step. Well, I have a presentation here, Ibon. Go ahead and scroll down to the description, right? It says the creator versus atheism, and go ahead and refute those 4 points in that document.
I'm not an atheist. I'm an agnostic. So how would I know if God
agnostic
himself?
The title doesn't matter.
That is the God that is specified by any biblical text.
Well, first of all, you have to answer the question: is there a creator or is there not?
That's the first question. I assume there is.
So you're assuming? Do you know that there is, or
I don't know? That's why I want to be convinced.
You said you
Honest
don't know.
Answer.
Okay, can I talk to
That's
Ibon?
Honesty.
Can I talk to Ibon, please? It's between me and Ibon. Thank you. Ibon, is there a creator or is there not a creator?
I would assume that yes, there is a creator.
See, you're assuming. You have to know whether there is or there isn't. That's the first step.
But I don't know, and that's why I need.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, here I go again. Go down to this video. Hit description. Hit show more. Then scroll down to creator versus atheism. There's 4 proofs. So that should get you on your way. Once you establish that there's a creator, then we can talk. How about that?
Now, what from that? Who is the creator?
That's what we'll get to. That's what we're going to get
Are you
to.
saying it's
right
the
after
creator
you,
from the
right after we
King James
establish that
Bible,
there's
the
a
New Testament?
just over talk me then. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I mean, can you not tell me who God is? I thought you said you know. So I just want to know who is God.
I do know, but I said for you, I'm not going to say it again. I already told you 3 times, right? What was particularly confusing about what I said?
Okay, so if I watch the video, am I going to be, if I'm still not convinced, what else is there?
Well, you have to, no, you can't say, I'm not convinced. You have to refute my 4 proofs. So it's the barrier is a little bit, it's set a little higher than that.
So do we,
So there you go.
Okay. All right. So apparently if I don't watch the video, I won't find God any other way.
I'm not saying that, son. That's I'm not saying that's right.
Ebon,
that's how they roll.
Awesome, Ebon, you are an awesome journalist, man. I gotta give
brilliantly
it to you.
put. That was the most honest thing here.
Can I make a comment?
You just train wrecked yourself, Ebon, and you don't even know it. So go refute those 4 proofs. That's the standard. So once we establish that there is a creator, then we can move on to step 2. It's a logical progression, right? Thanks.
I was going to say, your presupposition, wherever you start with, if you assume that it can't be proven, or if you assume that's not possible to know, if you assume that right off the bat, no evidence anyone gives after that will be sufficient enough. So if you don't think the evidence that John presents or anybody presents is sufficient evidence, it doesn't matter what we say. I could sit here and describe to you God all day long and to tell you who he is, but that first assumption that you have will demolish everything. So if you don't, so that's
sure,
why I think that's what John is driving at.
Okay, I understand that. That's fine. But then why do we have these flat Earth discussions? We're pretty much saying we know that Earth is flat. So how do we get to Earth is flat?
Well,
when I ask you who is God, who is the creator,
in this video,
you're saying,
right?
I'm sorry, you're going to have to go through these steps. Can't I just get the end answer like you guys present the end answer for knowing that what the shape of the Earth is?
In this video, and it says flat Earth proofs, and then you go through each of those, and then you try to debunk those. It's the same sort of concept.
I didn't become a flat earther by looking through the 200 proofs of Eric DeBay. I didn't become a flat earther because of the hundreds of videos that Mark Sargent did.
I didn't say you did.
Exactly. Maybe I got to the point where I am now from a different way.
From evidence,
and I'm pretty sure Paul didn't get to knowing who the creator was by looking at your videos.
From evidence, correct?
Guys, I gotta go. Hey, I just wanted to say before I go, I'm sorry, but yeah, I'm really glad that Riley is back on the panel again. So, yeah, welcome back.
Thanks for interrupting my conversation with that, Arwin. So,
you're welcome.
Have evidence,
see you later.
Correct?
God, you're such a dick.
See you later, dude.
You have evidence, Ebon. Am I going to have to ask this 10 more times? You have evidence for flat Earth, correct? That's why you know the Earth is flat.
I actually just don't think that the globe Earth model is correct. I'm assuming that the Earth is flat.
So you don't know. You're not for
that
sure.
The Earth isn't infinite, and I have an assumption that the Earth may have a dome, but I don't know.
We're not talking. Yeah, this is agnostic. This is I don't know. It's an argument from ignorance fallacy. So you better get with knowledge.
I'm not coming from
how the whole
your
universe started. He's not ignorant. We're ignorant. We're arguing from ignorant, but he's not.
Exactly
he's all wise. He knows that Jesus, he was a son of the guy who created everything from giraffes
Here
to
we
monkeys
go again
to
with
Hindus
this guy.
to Jews.
So Ebon,
he created them.
Are you following what I'm saying to you here?
I understand.
He knows it all.
You following the logical progression of things?
Yeah, but I don't think you're understanding the logical presentation that I present.
Yeah, it's not logical because your position is an argument from ignorance fallacy. That's why.
How am I ignorant?
You have a lack of knowledge.
What is the knowledge that I'm lacking?
Just said you don't know. Listen, I already outlined the steps for you, right? I'm going to do it one more time.
Hold on.
You have to establish. Okay, go ahead, sir. Sorry, Nathan.
You'll have to define an argument from ignorance.
An argument from ignorance is lack of knowledge. Basically.
So what am I lacking in knowledge? What knowledge am I lacking?
You just said that you don't know, right?
Yeah.
You don't know. That's
but
lack
not
of knowledge.
Does not knowing
Your
mean you're
position
ignorant?
is based on a lack of knowledge. That's what you just said.
Does not knowing mean you are ignorant?
That's pretty much the definition. Ignorant.
Yeah. But I'm pursuing the knowledge to find out whether it's true or not. I'm going through the information. So if I ask you, do you know anything about computers? Do you know how to code? And if you say no or I don't know,
what the
if
hell
I
does
say
that have
something
to do with
specific
anything?
about coding, programming, or
why
anything about physical, about computers, does that mean you are
Why
ignorant?
are you giving me an analogy when we're talking
I'm
about
giving you an analogy so you
Let
can
me just answer him.
understand.
Let me just answer
You're
him.
going to cut.
Yes,
I could ask
yes,
you questions
yes.
where you go no or I don't know.
Oh God!
Do
Let
I-
me just
do I
answer
get
the
to
question.
Call you ignorant because of that.
I'm trying to answer you. If you are ignorant of coding, then what do you think, Ebon?
Doesn't mean ignore.
Ignorant of.
It means lack of knowledge, Yvonne.
So you have ignored the information of coding.
Yeah, but I'm asking him, what am I ignorant of? What
Coding.
knowledge am I ignoring?
Coding.
I'm asking John, what am I ignoring?
Whatever it is that you said you don't know.
Oh my God!
Sorry.
You want to go? Do I have to now restate
I
what you
assume-
just said previously? Yeah, just over.
But that doesn't mean I don't know. Like, look, I say I don't know because I don't know for a fact. I don't know with evidence. If it was so evident that God existed, I would say billions of people, everyone on earth would acknowledge that fact. But
Yvonne,
that does
can
not
I-
occur.
let me ask- let me have a word. Let me have a
Everyone
word.
understands
Argument to
nature because
popularity
nature
fallacy.
exists.
That's another fallacy.
If
Another
everyone said,
fallacy.
if you would say what exists, nature, everyone would say yes. God, I don't know. There would be some people who say I don't know.
And here we go again. I
Some people
said
would say no.
Find evidence for the creator. Scroll down. There's 4 proofs underneath there. Go ahead and refute those. If you can't refute them, then ipso facto a creator exists. Correct?
So, right now, I'm assuming a creator exists. Now, if I refute one of them, does that mean the creator doesn't exist for a fact?
Yvonne, let me ask you a couple of questions.
Sure.
It'll help. I accept that there has to be a creator. Of which that creator is, I don't care whether it's red team, blue team, green team, but I realize there must be a creator. And if I tell you my reasons for why, would you tell me whether you agree, disagree, or at least consider why I think it? Do you agree that DNA exists?
Maybe.
Do you agree that DNA could be easily described as a code?
If
Combination
the current,
of information.
look, I understand the current DNA model, and if it's
Right.
if that's what you're alluding to, sure.
If we can agree that it could be classified as a code or as a selection of instructions that are mixed together that create
Sure,
something.
but
where does that coding come from?
Sure, but have you seen DNA in its actuality?
No, but I understand and I realize that science accepts that DNA exists.
Yeah, but science also accepts that the Earth is a globe.
Okay,
No,
but
it doesn't.
my point-
Pseudoscience
the
does.
contentious
That's
point-
where your
the
problem
You call it
lies.
pseudoscience, but maybe the
Hang on,
DNA is
hang
also
on. Stop.
pseudoscience.
Please,
Just
please
like
stop.
when we
It
talk
might
about
be.
vaccinations.
And yellow could
is that
be orange.
pseudoscience or is that
Please.
science?
The contentious point's not whether or not DNA exists. The contentious point is if you realize and accept that DNA does exist in some form, something programs that code for it to work. Where does that
So you're
come
talking
from?
about blueprint. I mean, we can use the seed analogy. Like a seed has a blueprint to grow into what it needs to become.
Well, what my point is that something's got to code that for it to work, right? That code doesn't randomly sneeze into existence and it forms a pattern.
Yes.
Something codes it.
Whether it's a code or a blueprint, yes, I agree.
For me, that's the proof that it has to be creation. Do you agree?
Now, how does that go from there to Jesus?
I don't know.
Hold on. Let me just get Ibon's response
That's
to that.
the critical part for me.
At the critical point, Ibon's response, you interrupted Anon.
Yeah, I mean, that's my explanation for why I think there must be a creator, and I'm just asking. I'm not disputing. What's your position? Would you agree, disagree, or don't know what with my position?
I assume, possibly.
Sure, that's a fair point. I mean, I'm done now. That's me done. Thanks.
Hey, Anthony, can I ask you a quick question? I want to clarify something. This might help too. Now, were you at one time going to be an attorney, or I don't know if it's the same word in the U.S. as it is in the UK, a solicitor or something like that? Is it the same?
Yeah, I qualified years back and then left it because I went self-employed. But yes.
Okay, so a solicitor and attorney, a U.S. attorney, would be kind of the equivalent.
I think so. I think what we call solicitor, I think you guys call lawyer.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, now could you go through the standard of evidence to show something like in a crime scene or something like that? That would help clarify some of this up too. If you remember, if you don't remember that, I mean, that's fine if you don't remember.
Well, I was going to address that with the papers. When you look at newspaper articles on 9/11, 1,000 years from now, you've got to rank that evidence in how strong that evidence is. And generally speaking, even if all the newspapers said the same thing, newspapers are not considered strong because they're written by humans that have got agendas. Credible citations for events, world events happening, would be mass first-hand witness testimony. And what I mean by that is the newspapers all say that planes hit 9/11, but the witnesses that were there on the scene that were giving news reporters interviews described explosions, not planes. So you've got a direct contradiction there with regards to first-hand eyewitness testimony and what we will be told is the narrative by newspapers 1,000 years from now. And that's why newspapers are always considered to be not that strong.
Okay, what makes eyewitness testimony weak or strong? What's the strength or the weakness of eyewitness testimony?
Well, in criminal law, it's something known as the Turnbull Guidelines, which is basically 5 or 6 points that the judge would say to the jury, and they would say things like, what kind of line, how far away were you? What was the visibility? What was obstructing your view? How good was the natural light? Was it influenced by fluorescent tubes or tungsten lights? What were the factors that would influence how strong your... And he would basically try and create doubt so that factors would be considered. And then if it means that you accept or dismiss the factors, at least you've considered the factors to give you an ability to perceive whether it's strong, average, or weak evidence. But if there's lots of eyewitness testimony, so for example, if 80,000 people watch a cup final, but there's no TVs recording anything, and then no one knows what happened unless you were actually inside the stadium, if 100 people came out and said the score was 1-0, such a body scored in the last minute, if they all said the same thing, then you can probably guarantee that that's relatively credible because they're all giving a reliable, continuous, contemporaneous version of events. But if they all come out and there was like half of them that gave wishy-washy answers for the same question, then you've got to ask, well, what really did happen in there? And you're never going to know because it should be consistent at all times. But if it's inconsistent, that makes it inconclusive. So
what if all the inconsistent texts were destroyed? Do you understand the Library of Alexandria was destroyed? Do you understand the Gnostic texts were destroyed? The few texts that survived, like the Nag Hammadi, survived, and it has different testimony to that of the biblical.
To answer that, you would be your own judge with whether or not you think that the evidence that you're presented at that time is strong enough to persuade you into an answer for or against the point in hand.
Right, I want to add something to that. I want something to add to that because, the parallel breaks down when Anthony describes cross-examination. So in Anthony's analogy, you have the same football match, and rather than going and being able to actually talk to random people from that 80,000, you have only 10, say, written accounts. Well, for the sake of argument, there's nothing to stop those 10 written accounts of that football match all being biased.
Yeah.
But you can't cross-examine those witnesses. So are you left with exactly what Anthony says? You are left being the judge.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I would say, I mean, if you would apply that to the gospel writings and the early epistles and the Acts and all that, apply that principle to that, I'd like to see what you come out with at the end.
How do you regard like the Book of Enoch or the Nag Hammadi text with like the Book of John? Paul?
Who?
For one, I've never read the Nag Hammadi text or whatever you're talking about. I've not read it. I have read the Book of Enoch.
You ready?
I've read the Book of Enoch. What?
I want to reiterate his question.
Well, I've never read the economic text, whatever you're talking about, so I can't really make a statement to that. The Book of Enoch, I have read it. I don't know. I mean, it would give credence to the culture of the time. It would give credence to maybe the mindset of what was going on in the Jewish culture at the time. So I mean, if you're asking me if I think it should be part of Scripture, that's a big, huge question mark. I would lean probably towards not, but that's kind of where I'm at with it. If that answers your question, it may be a vague answer, but that's kind of where I'm at with it.
Okay.
Why did you ask that question?
Because there are also testimonies around that same era that differ from the New Testament. And
really, how does it differ? Give us some examples.
Have you read it?
Oh no! Don't ask me a question. You made a claim that it were different from the New Testament and the Book of Enoch.
Why don't you look down, scroll down, click on the browser called Google, and search.
Oh, really? So you can't support your claim?
Before we get
to you can't support your
I want
claim.
you to go ahead and read
I
it
can
first.
very easily conduct the Creator versus Atheism presentation in here.
I mean,
it was just for ease.
Hold on, guys.
Clown.
Right. At a point that somebody can't support their claim, Ibon, you just have to accept that is the case. I don't know if it's pride, but immediately when it reaches a point where somebody can't support their claim and it's pointed out, rumpusing ensues. We're all grown up.
Yeah, support your claim.
Yeah, so go ahead and read the Nag Hammadi text.
Here you go again.
Click on the browser.
Exactly what John does to us all the time.
It's not my job to support your claims. Okay?
Yeah, all you have to do. Look, it's pretty logical. I don't want any of your ignorance to shine through.
Syllogism.
Just go ahead and look for yourself. It's right there.
Post the syllogism.
It'll tell you the answers.
You said it's logical. Post the
It's
syllogism.
4 links down.
So can I ask
4
a
links
question?
down.
Yeah, post the syllogism. Hey, the reason I said that.
Hold on a second. The reason I said that.
The reason I said to go to that video is because it's sort of lengthy, and I didn't think it would be appropriate to overwhelm
the book
this
is not
hangout.
lengthy.
But I have no problem in going through it with you right now. Are you ready?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Share my screen.
Ibon, you are fantastic, guy. I got to give it to you.
Yeah, shut up.
Come on.
While John was doing that, I probably can speak to it maybe just from my little limited knowledge. The one thing you'll notice when you do compare literature during that time period, there is a type of genre they all kind of speak in and talk in that time period. So if there's a similarity, that would be to me some kind of literary similarity, and also maybe historical, or maybe not historical. Maybe historical might be a wrong term, but it would give credence to some thought process that's going on during that time period. So if I was going to answer it quickly, just briefly, just from that concept, that's how I would probably address that. Yagamati.
All right, let's establish
what do you think
creation.
about the translations?
Let's establish creation first before we get to the 4 proofs. Is there a problem with that? Are you seeing my screen?
Right.
Ebon. I'm only dealing with Ebon here.
Sure.
All right, you see my screen. Now I'm going to use 3 hostile witnesses to prove creation. Are you ready?
Okay.
All right. This is from Alexander Valenkin, Many Worlds in One. It is said that an argument was what convinces reasonable men, and a proof is what it takes to convince even an unreasonable man. With the proof now in place, cosmologists can no longer hide behind the possibility of a past eternal universe. There is no escape. They have to face the problem of a cosmic beginning. Number 1. Number 2, hostile witness, Paul Davies. The universe can't have existed forever. We know that there must have been an absolute beginning a finite time ago. 3rd hostile witness, Stephen Hawking. This argument about whether or not the universe had a beginning persisted into the 19th and 20th centuries. It was conducted mainly on the basis of theology and philosophy, with little consideration of observational evidence. This may have been reasonable given the notoriously unreliable character of cosmological observations until fairly recently. The cosmologist Sir Arthur Eddington once said, "Don't worry if your theory doesn't agree with observations, because they are probably wrong. But if your theory disagrees with the second law of thermodynamics, it is in bad trouble. In fact, the theory that the universe has existed forever is in serious difficulty, read dead, with the second law of thermodynamics. The second law states that disorder always increases with time. Like the argument about human progress, it indicates that there must have been a beginning." Any questions on those three hostile witnesses? They're all atheists.
I'm not an atheist,
Energy
but
cannot
okay,
be
go ahead.
created or destroyed.
Okay.
Cannot be created or destroyed. That's the violation.
Now I'm talking to Ebon right now. Are you Ebon?
Oh, okay.
John, that's
All right,
actually
cool. So you don't want to talk?
no,
Yeah. All right, cool.
John, can I respectfully agree with his point there? He says that matter cannot be created nor destroyed.
That's a law of nature, right?
Yeah. So,
does that have any
is the
sway
creator
on God? Does that have any sway on the Lord?
Is the creator external of the laws of nature?
Yes. He created them. The video programmer is not.
Oh, you broke up, John.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, we're here.
The video creator is what?
Say, where did I stop?
The video creator is not.
The video creator is not subject to the laws of the game that he created inside the game. Sort of the conceptual framework of that.
So one of the questions that I asked Paul and anyone else, when we talk about a creator, can the creator create something more powerful than themselves?
What?
Where that creator could be destroyed by what they created. So for example, can the creator create a more powerful being than himself?
Can the creator create a more powerful being than himself?
Yes.
I have no idea. Probably not. He's the creator.
So he's not all powerful.
Yes.
Actually, John, let me speak to that real quick. I can speak to that.
Okay,
He asked me that, and I actually answered
then
it.
we'll get to the evidences.
Well, let me address that quickly, and I'll let you get back because it's important. God cannot do that which is illogical because that would go against his nature. So he cannot create something that can destroy himself because that would counteract his nature.
Illogical, like don't eat an apple.
Makes sense.
Yep. All right.
Like walking on water.
Is that good? Slick, I'm talking to Ebon right now. We're going to get into the 4 proofs.
Right,
Ebon, you listening?
Yes.
Fact, information, code, software is only ever caused by intelligent agency, without exception. That is, whenever we find information existing and trace it back to its source, it invariably leads to an intelligent agent every single time. My support for that? Library of Congress, all books, all newspapers, all languages, all computer software. The information age. The null hypothesis in support. Nature or natural phenomena causation cannot create algorithmic cybernetic coding and decoding schemes. Information. If you cry foul and claim that there's no information or code in the genetic code, you're screwed. From Hood and Gallus, the digital code of DNA. DNA has 2 types of digital information. The genes that encode proteins, which are the molecular machines of life, and the gene regulatory networks that specify the behavior of those genes. H.P. Yaki, the genetic code performs a mapping between the sequences of the 4 nucleotides in messenger RNA to the sequences of the 20 amino acids in a protein. It is highly relevant to the origin of light that the genetic code is constructed to confront and solve the problems of communication and recording by the same principles found both in genetic information system and in modern computer and communication codes. This is by H.P. Yaki. He's the father of information theory. It's not Claude Shannon. This was from Origin of Life on Earth and Shannon's theory of communications from computers and chemistry. Let's take a hostile witness, Richard Dawkins. There is enough storage capacity in the DNA of a single lily seed or a single salamander sperm to store the Encyclopedia Britannica 60 times over. Some species of the unjustly called primitive amoebas have as much information in their DNA as 1,000 Encyclopedia Britannicas. Do we have any problem so far about information? Does this solve the information problem for you? There's information in there. So my position, the null hypothesis.
You asked if I have any questions, and yes.
I'm sorry.
So is digital coding, are there bugs in digital code?
Sure.
Okay. Are there any bugs within DNA coding? Sure. Or any DNA within nature?
Yes.
There is.
Yes.
So the creator created bugs within its own construct.
Not originally. It came after the fall. So yes. Is that it?
Any more?
So when we say the fall,
okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Is asking from the background what fall. He's just not being heard.
Yeah,
the fall.
I had the same question. When we say the fall,
if you go into,
what do we mean?
Genesis chapter 3, the fall. That is when Adam and Eve were in the garden. Do you know that story?
Yeah, I know that story.
The fall.
Yeah, I know the story.
They ate the fruit. Then the fall. In fact, you can find the first law of thermodynamics and the second law of thermodynamics within the first 3 chapters of Genesis.
Really?
Yep.
Let's hear this.
Yeah, on the 7th day he rested. That's it. That's the end of creation. That's the end of matter being created. Number 3 is the second law of thermodynamics. It's called the law of decay. He puts forth about 5 phrases that states that man, from dust thou come, dust thou shall return, sweat on your brow, those types of things. That's the second law of thermodynamics, the law of decay.
Wow.
Entropy increase. So the first 2 laws of thermodynamics are in the first 3 chapters of Genesis.
That's a push. That's a stretch.
It's not. I just explained it. So, we ready to continue?
Yeah, I'm happy to move on.
My position, the null hypothesis. Natural phenomena causation cannot create algorithmic cybernetic coding and decoding schemes. That's DNA transcription and translation. Your position, Ebon, is the alternative hypothesis. Nature or natural phenomena causation can create algorithmic cybernetic coding and decoding schemes. So essentially, you must show ink, paper, and glue molecules authoring technical instruction manuals and blueprints. If the analogy seems strange to you, here it is. Ink, paper, and glue molecules are ribose nucleobases and activated phosphates. The technical instruction manual blueprints is DNA. If you can't do that, the null hypothesis stands. Therefore, a creator. Essentially, code contains information such as a book, Morse code, DNA, instructions, etc. Information is only created by authors. DNA is a code, therefore DNA has an author. End of first proof.
Yeah, I don't think Ebon listened to a word of it. He just rumpushed the shit out of you for the entire presentation.
You're kidding me.
No, I just watched.
All I want to say is, it's not my position.
Yeah, so basically, had I have not shut you up with the mute button, you would have destroyed that entire presentation by saying that one sentence about 5 times.
Yeah, because I don't want the entire
so I'll say it again. He rumpused the living shit out of you. I just didn't let him. What a prick. Thank you so much, Ebon. Why would you do that?
Thank you for calling me a prick.
Yeah,
he's assuming that it's my position, and I said it's not my position, and he won't shut up.
He's making a presentation, and you've just said the same thing. You've repeated yourself. I heard you the first time. Yeah, I heard you the first time. Do you want to rumpus the shit out of me saying the same thing 5 times now, Ebon? Why did you need to do that?
Because I just told you. I don't want him continuing the presentation when he says it's my position when it's not my position. And it is your position. He wouldn't acknowledge that. He just kept going.
It is your position. I didn't hear you.
No, it is not my position.
You have 2 positions. Either nature created us
is that
or God
is that easy? Is it are you daft? When I say it's not my position, and you're saying, no, it is your position. I'm saying, no, it's not my position, fuckhead.
You okay?
Why is this so contentious?
I'm not
What is
contentious.
your position, Ebon? What is your position? Which of these 2 options is your position?
I'm not choosing any of those options.
Well, you
Just
have to
because
make
I
a
don't
choice.
choose any of those options doesn't mean that's my position.
So an argument from ignorance.
Oh yeah,
It's always been here.
Ignorance. I see.
It can't. I already went over why it's not
been
always
here.
been here from above.
It's always been here.
No.
Yeah, well, that's in
always been here.
violation of the laws of thermodynamics. We could talk about those right here.
Well, what's the purpose of laws of thermodynamics when you have an external creator God that can defy it?
Well, the laws of what comes first, the lawgiver or the law?
Why does the creator
What
need
comes
laws?
first, the lawgiver or the law? Yeah,
Why
rest
does there
my
have
case.
to be a first?
The lawgiver comes first. Correct. There you go. We can
So
follow
who
through
wrote the
this. This
natural
is my
laws
third proof.
of nature? And you're going to say the
This is-
creator. So who created
This
the
is my
natural laws
This is my
of the
third
creator?
proof. We're going to get into
You're
it
going
right
to say
now. if
there
you
are
check
no
your
laws
Bible.
before the creator. Because
What?
the creator is all assuming. And how are we going to know
What?
that? You're going to say,
What?
oh, because it's true. And I'm going to say, why is it
No,
true?
I'm not.
How
I'm
do you
giving you
find that
proofs
it's
right
true?
now.
Okay, then
How do
don't
I know
assume
it's
that
true?
that's
Because I
my
just gave you
position when
proof
it's
right
not my
now.
position.
I just gave it. That.
Because I'm
What is your
already
position?
assuming that your position is one aspect. And you're going to
There's
assume
only
that
two
because I don't
positions.
follow that position,
There's only
I'm on
two
the opposite
positions.
side of that position.
There's only two positions.
There's only two positions within politics, left or right.
No,
if you're
no,
not
no.
right,
Not
does
within
that mean you're
politics.
left?
There's only two positions. Either nature
Okay,
created
no,
us or
I
God.
say there are no two. No, there are not just two positions.
They are the ontological primitives. What's the third choice?
I already told you third.
Always
choice. Actually,
been
no one said
here.
Third choice.
Can't be.
There's
That violates the first and second law of thermodynamics.
Well, hey, this position that we have, this third position, doesn't follow the law of thermodynamics.
Okay, here we go.
because it's
Let's try
outside
this
of it.
one.
Yep.
There are only two possible answers. That
No,
is
there's more than two
ontological
possible
primitives to
answers.
that question.
Hold on.
Only two worldviews that can be held to account for how we in the universe are here. Either nature matter, that's unguided, or intelligent agency. George Wald, Nobel laureate, medicine and physiology. The reasonable view was to believe in spontaneous generation. The only alternative to believe in the simple primary act of supernatural creation. There is no third position. Now, I used him as a hostile witness. He's an atheist, but
I'm not an
the
atheist.
point of concept. There
I already
is no
told you
third
I'm not
position.
an atheist. I'm an agnostic. Do you understand the difference between an
That's not a
agnostic and an
position.
atheist?
That's a lack of knowledge. That's an argument from ignorance fallacy position.
So,
There is enough
Tell
information.
me, what is an agnostic?
They don't have enough information to make the call.
No, that's not what an agnostic is. Here, why don't you
Yeah,
Google
that's what
it?
an agnostic.
Tell me the definition within
is.
Google.
Knowledge means
Results.
Gnostic means
Hold
knowledge.
on, John.
A means
Hold on,
without
John.
knowledge.
Hold on. He's saying your definition of Gnostic doesn't meet his. So
agnostic.
Yeah,
that's what I meant. Sorry, agnostic.
Yeah, no, gnosis means knowledge. Agnosis means without knowledge. There's not enough information to make the call. This is common knowledge.
That is not common knowledge. Why don't you Google it?
I don't have to Google it. I know what it is.
No, because what you know is wrong. So if you can't even figure that out, how do we know that this is right? Obviously, this ain't right because you don't even know.
That's a good
what
argument.
one simple word means.
Right, let me
Just
read
break
the
the word
definition.
down.
Let me just.
Just break the word
I've
down.
got it if you want me to. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Paul. I was going to, but you go ahead.
A person who believes that nothing is known or can be known of the existence or nature of God or of anything beyond material phenomenon. A person who claims that neither faith nor disbelief in a God.
Now, can you read out the synonyms as well?
A doubter,
Why?
questioner,
You're done.
doubting
You just-
Thomas.
Doubting Thomas.
Hold on. Go ahead, Paul.
No, I said doubter, questioner, doubting Thomas, challenger, cynic.
Doubting Thomas, is he a disciple of Christ?
Oh, God.
Is he a disciple of Christ?
What does that
Yes
have
or
to do
no?
with your position?
That's my question. Is Doubting Thomas a disciple of Christ?
No. The point was you're an agnostic. That
Are you
means
saying
don't have
no?
enough
I'm saying
information
yes.
to make the
Doubting
call.
Thomas is a disciple of Christ.
You don't have
And
enough
he's
information
a
to make the
synonym
call.
of
And I
agnostic.
just made the call for you right here. In fact, it's information. Ironically.
Yeah, that's information.
Right.
And again, you avoided the question.
Disinformation. I didn't avoid anything. You're agnostic.
Yes,
Gnosis
is doubting
means
Thomas
knowledge.
a disciple of Christ?
A means without knowledge. That means a lack of knowledge or a lack of information.
You're not answering the question. Is doubting
Yeah,
Thomas
I am
a disciple
answering
of
the
Christ?
question.
I already told you the answer.
I can address that. Look quick. Let me address it. Thomas was doubting until he had evidence, then he believed.
Oh, God.
Exactly.
Go off this red herring fallacy. Go ahead, Paul.
That
Go
is
off
exactly
there
what it is. Paul is correct.
Paul is correct of what?
Of who doubting Thomas is, which you wouldn't even answer.
Who cares about doubting Thomas? You said
you don't care about one of the disciples of Christ.
Clown.
Are you serious?
A means
you're going to
without.
push Jesus
Gnosis
Christ,
means
and you're
knowledge.
not going to even say that doubting Thomas
means without.
is any important.
Gnosis means knowledge.
You're going to say that a disciple of Christ isn't important, and you're going to push Jesus Christ.
So God gave
me?
him the information.
Hang on. Let me say something real quick. Ebon, the point is, my point was this. He was agnostic until he got the evidence.
Exactly.
John is presenting evidence, and you're rejecting it.
No, I'm not rejecting it. I'm asking.
He doesn't know what agnostic
I'm asking
is.
John a question which he won't answer.
I did answer you.
An agnostic is not what he says an agnostic is.
Yes, it is.
He
He
didn't even know
told
that.
you it's inside the
Thomas was
word.
agnostic.
Calm down.
Any chance I can read? Right, I'm going to read it anyway because we're still recording, so I want to get it in. So, agnostic, 1870, one who professes that the existence of a first cause and the essential nature of things are not and cannot be known. Klein, coined by T.H. Huxley, supposed in September 1869. From Greek, agnostos, unknown, comma, unknowable. From a, meaning not, and gnosis, meaning to be known. So, not to be known.
Yep. Yeah, you're done.
Or
yes, that's what agnostic is.
Yeah,
he wasn't
I know.
agnostic once he knew.
12 times.
Now, it's not a belief system. It's about knowing.
Yeah, it is.
An atheist believes that there is no God. And an agnostic is it cannot be known. How would we know?
Yeah, you lack information.
I already looked through all the information. I already know more about your religion than you probably know about your religion because you won't even answer it. Any question that I have about your religion, you're not even going to answer. And I'll tell you the answer because I already looked at it.
Answer what?
And you're going to tell me I'm ignorant.
You are.
I mean,
that's agnostic. That's the definition
you're
of it.
ignorant.
That's the definition of it.
You're believing in stuff that you have no actual.
I don't believe in anything. I'm giving you scientific evidence right here, and you're
bingo would
because
never
that's
show
the
itself.
only thing you can do.
It's not the only thing I could do.
Can I just say something?
I'm telling you all these different things I can do.
Let me just say one thing. I just have one thing to say. Like, I agree with John, even to a certain extent. There's a chance that there is a creator who coded all this and, all this. But how? Yeah, how do we jump from that to Jesus Christ? That's the gap that I'm trying to figure out how
we
it's
already
filled.
established this. Listen to what I'm telling you. I already said Ebon must recognize that there is a creator first to establish
this is me. This is me. This is for me, John. This is for me.
God.
I'm telling you
I'm
that
not
I
dealing
agree
with you. I'm
that,
presenting a presentation
let's say I
to
agree with you
Ebon,
that there
not
is a
you.
coder.
So
hold on. Let's say
Ebon
I
must
agree with you.
Ebon
Let's say that I
must
agree with you that there is a
refute
coder, that there is code and there's
I'm
information
not
and
talking
somebody.
to you. I'm talking to Ebon.
He's trying to get to the end of this presentation. Come on, just let him get to the end of it.
But I agree. Like, I agree with it. Even at the end, yes, there is a creator. But how do we go from
talking
here
to you, Anon. He's trying to talk to Ebon.
Are you Ebon?
Just carry on, John, please. I beg of you.
Yes. Yeah. So that's the first proof. He had some problems with me assigning him here with the alternative hypothesis.
You could just explain it. You don't have to assume anything about me in my position.
You already said I'm not assuming anything. You told me.
You said this is my position. Alternative hypothesis: natural phenomenal causation can create algorithmic cybernetic coding and decoding schemes. I do not think that is my position. I do not believe that is my position. I do not assume that is my position. That is not my position. So
it is
I'm
by
telling you
logical
now again
your
for the
position.
100th time, that is not my
It
position.
is
So
your
continue
position,
again.
whether
Oh
you
my
like it or
God.
not.
Are you fucking kidding me? Keep going.
Yeah,
I'm just
no,
saying,
I'm not
don't
kidding
think that's
you.
my
I
position.
just showed you it was your position, just above.
It's not my position.
Yeah,
Keep
it is
going,
your
but
position.
that's
So
not my
let's go with
position.
the second proof. Is he gonna rumpus me on with the second proof too?
I don't know. I hope not.
All right. So where'd you get dirt? Observe a phenomenon. Photons, elementary particles, atoms, molecules exhibit both wave-like and particle behavior. The alternative hypothesis, if the which path information is known or can be known, then we will observe no interference. That's wave function collapse. That's matter existing. The independent variable is known versus unknown paths. Dependent variables matter existing. The null hypothesis, the which path information is not known or never can be known, then we will observe interference. That is no matter. Which one of the 1,000 experiments without exception would you like? I just did a presentation on the delayed choice quantum eraser. There is Zhao Sung Ma. We're not going to go over that because I already showed that with the delayed choice quantum eraser. So we can stop there.
Is light matter?
Yeah.
How?
I mean, how? How is light matter?
Yes, how is light matter?
I don't know how to answer that question.
Well, if it's yes, you should be able to answer that question.
How much does it weigh? Is magnetism matter?
What's the problem? Or is there any problems? You're not answering the question here.
Dependent variable matter existing, but is light matter?
Yeah, matter existing.
I heard light matter.
Photons.
Matter.
Photons are energy.
How is light matter?
Energy. And then I had elementary particles, atoms, and molecules. They all exhibit the same behavior in this experiment.
So how
matter
is that
and energy.
matter?
Matter or energy, yes.
How is that?
They all exhibit the same type of behavior.
His question is, how is that matter?
How does what matter?
How is light? How is energy matter?
Energy's not matter. Energy's energy. Matter's matter. Yeah. So matter or energy, you know, that things that exist.
So how is light matter? Is light
I didn't
matter
say
or
light
is
was
light
matter. I said light
energy?
was energy.
Is matter and energy transmutable?
Matter's not energy. Energy's energy. Matter's matter.
So is light energy? I think that's what they're trying to clarify.
Yeah. How many times? Okay, for the 6th time, light is energy. Photons.
That's me confusing
energy.
things. I said yes when he asked, is it matter? I said yes. That's my bad.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you say that.
When you get a chance, I have a question.
We're on the second proof.
Here's my question. Does a person have to graduate from a university to understand the creator?
No, he doesn't. We'll get to the 4th proof here in a second. You don't. No.
Well, but I'm just saying, it just seems like what you're reading off, you have to go to a university to understand all of that.
Yeah. Yep. You have to have some background knowledge of this information.
So,
yes.
So if that's the case, so the only people that can believe the creator is ones that have attended a university.
Well, it's
not really.
Belief.
Like I said, once I get to my 4th proof.
It's not belief.
I'll put that to bed.
This is proof.
Does that answer your question?
No, is the 4th one the one you're about to do now?
The 3rd one is the laws of thermodynamics. We already kind of went over those. Do we want to go over these again?
Yeah, because it's relevant. We've got. I mean, I know Anon's going to pipe up halfway through, but yeah.
Yeah, we already went over. Yeah, we already went over.
Before you do, I just want to make it clear to Anon. So this is covering the everything always existing bit. It's always been here, right? Anon?
All right.
I just want to get. I just don't want Anon, after this has been done, to say it was always here or whatever he kept parroting earlier.
Okay, let's hear this.
Perfect. Thank you.
First law of thermodynamics: the total amount of matter and energy in the universe is constant. We could summarize that statement. Nature or natural law cannot create or destroy matter or energy. Second law of thermodynamics: the amount of energy available for work is running out. that means the universe is moving to a condition of maximum entropy. Any problem with that?
So the first law just says that matter cannot be destroyed or created, right? Read the first law again, please.
It's a natural law.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the problem here? I don't understand.
I'm not taking the piss when I ask this. Did you not know that?
No, I know that matter cannot be destroyed or created. That's my whole point. That's why
that's a natural
there is
law.
a chance that it's all been here forever.
Yeah. So tell me what the significance is in regards to you saying it was always just here.
It was never created or destroyed. It was always here.
Yeah, I think what he's saying is that a creator,
There's a key word in there.
Creating defies that first law. That's what he's saying.
Actually, he said say something very specific. Nobody called it. I called it,
Paul.
though.
Sorry, Paul. Anthony, just repeat what you just said, please, to Anon.
His point is that by having a creator, that in itself, ipso facto, defies that first law of thermodynamics.
Okay, well, that's just Narnia. That's Narnia land. Fine. If you want to believe that, that's great. But it's Narnia land.
Wait,
I hear you're...
Wait.
You're missing this part.
I'm trying to reword the point you made. Did I misunderstand?
Yeah, you're missing this part right here. This is the most important part.
Basically, having an external creator that isn't controlled by natural law or nature, it breaks the law of thermodynamics.
It doesn't, because you're in a simple category area.
Before rumpusing ensues, we've covered this.
Yeah, we've already covered this.
So, in terms of you creating the bits and bytes for a computer game that creates people to fly, you're not governed by those rules.
Okay, but that's magic. That's Narnia.
That's magic.
There's no proof of this.
If you like.
There is no proof.
If you like. But hold on. You don't keep repeating the same bloody thing 15 times. Right.
But as a creator of code, I still have to follow the natural laws of nature.
Yep.
But my code, doesn't have to follow the laws of nature that I am stuck in.
No, you're not stuck in them if you're creating them on a computer.
I want it to create it with.
That's magic, Nathan.
You're not in Narnia if the game you're creating is Narnia and you create the rules that are involved with Narnia. They affect you not one iota.
That is correct. I agree with that, except there's no proof of it.
Hold on. So if you accept...
I agree with the premise.
Right. So if you agree with the premise that you as a programmer are not governed by the laws inside your program, then the natural laws that we are governed by would be completely irrelevant to the person who made those laws.
So you're saying, hold on. So you're saying that the person, entity, company, whatever, that created man also created all that you see around you, the mountains, the rock, everything, the molecule, everything. Not only he designed man, but he also created the rocks and the inanimate objects that is around, right? So there's like a rock factory where they create. How did he create the rock? Where did he get the material to create the rock? Where did that come from?
Who knows?
Well, according to you, it was just always bloody there. According to you, it was just...
That makes more sense to me if it's always
according
been
to
here,
you,
instead
there's
of
no...
somebody having to manufacture.
You literally don't shut up. Yeah, according to you, there's no need to answer that question because it was just always there. Let's not worry about it. Right?
It's not that you worry about it. It makes more sense.
I'm going to say it makes no sense if you're going to deny the idea that it has to have been created at some point to exist. Then we have a problem.
I have a question.
At that point, which they won't concede, at that point, you then can't just have it magically come out of nothing because it defies a natural law. And if it is to be asserted that nature's created it, then it's going to be governed by those laws. This is the only reason I will concede and say, yeah, there's a creator. I hate the word because it's like an anthropomorphization of a person, and I don't subscribe to that. But ultimately speaking, when you get to this stage with natural laws, you can't have nature defying them. It's just so bloody obvious to me.
Right. I have a question. I have a question that I'd like to... Hold on, Ivan, let me get a question in. So if that's the case, then can the creator create gravity, and that's why we can't come up with a scientific method for it because the creator created it. And since he's above nature, he can create gravity. And that's why we can't tell you what it is.
Sorry, what's gravity?
What's gravity?
That's my point. I'm
Of
asking
like
a
mind, I
question.
love it,
Is
John.
it listen, you're not hearing my question. Is it possible that the creator could have created gravity? And the reason
We already heard your question. What's gravity?
I'm not finished the question. You haven't heard
We
anything.
heard your
Just
question the
calm down.
first time. What's gravity?
Calm down.
What's gravity?
Let me give you a comparable.
John
Okay,
as
let me
Robinson
try. Let me try. Sometimes, Slick, it's appropriate to answer a question with a question. So, Slick,
listen,
could it
I'm
be
trying to know.
possible
Hold on.
before
I'm
you
asking
rumpus
a
the
question.
crap out of
Can I
me?
finish asking
I'm
it
trying to
first?
answer you, Slick. You don't have to like
didn't
my
ask
answer.
it. I
You don't
haven't
have to
asked
accept
it
my
yet.
answer. You just have
I
to bloody
haven't
listen to
asked
my
it yet,
answer,
Nathan.
which you won't do. So, Slick, I'm trying to answer you with a question. This is
haven't
my
asked it
answer.
yet.
Is it possible for God to create unicorn farts?
I haven't asked my question yet, Nathan.
Yeah, you have. I heard it. Is it possible for
No,
God
I
to create
haven't.
gravity?
No, because you cut me off. I wasn't finished.
You said it twice. We heard your question.
No, I didn't say it twice. You cut me off twice. Now, I'll ask it again. If I can ask it uninterrupted, please. Wait till I get to the end. Have the patience. Now, what I'm asking is it possible, since the creator is above the law, that he can create a thing called gravity that nobody can scientifically prove because he created it, and that's why we can't scientifically prove it? Is that possible, is my question.
I don't know, in the same way as I don't know what a unicorn fart looks like. What's gravity again?
I'm asking you, is it possible that the
You
weight
already
that
asked
the
it 3
I'm not
times.
finished. Listen,
Answer
he just
his
asked
question.
me. Nathan, I'm trying to give you clarity, but John won't let me. Nathan, can I give you clarity? I'm talking about the gravity that the heliocentrists claim. I'm talking about that. I'm talking to Nathan, John.
I'm talking to Nathan, John. You asked it 3 times. What's gravity?
Nathan, I'm talking to you. Can you ask John to hold off, please? Now, do you understand my point? The point that I'm making is I'm not trying to describe what gravity is. I'm describing the heliocentrist point. They are saying that gravity exists, but we can't scientifically prove it. And what I'm asking is it possible that the creator created this gravity that we can't scientifically prove?
Oh,
yes
I see.
or no?
Well, let me try and answer it within the confines of your question. No, because in that model, everything came out of nothing. A Big Bang. There is no creator in that model, so no.
But didn't everything come out of nothing from this model? But the creator created something out of nothing because he apparently can, because he exists outside of the laws of physical nature. But also within that point, the creator could also been created in the same way because
creator can't be created.
Well,
that's
why?
Yeah,
because if your third rule,
gravity came from the same
creator
people
can't
who
be
gave
created,
us the
or he wouldn't be the
heliocentric
creator.
model.
if your third rule that a creator has to create something and it can create it in its own construct, but it's not affected by that construct. Well, the creator itself can be created in the same way.
He can't be
and you're
created
saying no
because he's the creator. You're a knucklehead.
Why can't there
be a oxymoron on his face?
Let me help. The answer that the question that Slick asked, the answer is yes.
Thank you, Anthony.
Yeah.
All right, can we move on?
We know John won't answer this question.
Thermodynamics. The amount of
I like how you know things so matter of factly, John,
rumpus.
but you won't ever ask a question, answer a question so matter of factly.
So are we ready?
When I say, hey, the creator could have been created by another creator because it's outside the laws.
No, he's just going to rumpus the shit out of you with an infinite regress fallacy, probably 7 times.
Yep. So let me know when we're ready.
Just go ahead.
So the second law of thermodynamics, the amount of energy available for work is running out. That means the universe is moving inexorably to maximum entropy. Another way you could summarize the second law of thermodynamics is all spontaneous processes result in an increase in entropy of the universe. So since the total amount of matter and energy is constant and the amount of usable energy is decreasing, then the universe will end. That is the heat death, the big chill, ergo it had a beginning. We already established that above. So let's summarize. Since the first law, one law, states that natural law cannot create or destroy matter and energy, and since the universe had a beginning, two lot, and since there are only two choices, nature versus intelligent design for how of that beginning, and since matter or nature can't pre-exist before its existence, then poof itself into existence, before that poof itself from non-existence into pre-existence, therefore a creator. Number 3.
And the creator can create creators.
I knew it. So that's an infinite regress fallacy.
No, it's not a fallacy.
But the creator was created by a creator's creator, and who created that creator's creator?
Exactly. So
that's called. I'll say it again.
Programs,
I'll say it again.
So we create things.
I'll say it again before you rumpus the shit out of me.
We
acknowledge the words I'm using, Ebon. Infinite regress fallacy.
It's not a fallacy. If it.
What's an infinite regress fallacy? Please tell me what that is. Please explain.
I can
just rumpus the shit out of me instead. Please
it's right on screen.
Please explain what an infinite regress fallacy is, Ebon.
For me, it's not a fallacy. For example,
not what it is to you. Define what it is. What is an infinite regress fallacy?
I'm not going to tell you what a false dichotomy is.
No, I didn't say false dichotomy. I'll say it really slow. What is an infinite regress fallacy? I said it really, really slow. Are you just going to accept that you don't know what that is and then do it 7 more times?
Does it matter if I know it or not?
Yeah, because you keep bloody doing it. Okay? You're rumpusing the shit out of him with this fallacy that you don't know what it is. It's really irritating.
It's really irritating when you won't even
Look it up.
A question
Look
that I have,
up.
or even follow
Look
a logical
it
process
up,
that I'm
agnostic one. Don't be ignorant all the time. Just look it up while
ignorant.
other people talk. Don't accept your own ignorance. I've told you the words 3 times.
I'm not
Look it up.
I'm not being ignorant.
Look it up. Are you deaf? Do you have an aversion to this?
I'm tell you not to call me ignorant because I'm not ignorant.
You don't know what a bloody infinite regress fallacy is. I tell you to look it up. You say you don't know and then refuse to go away, shut up long enough for me to tell you that you are ignorant. You do not know what an infinite regress fallacy is, and you keep bloody using it. It's really, really, really irritating.
You don't know something, and thus you are ignorant. Oh my goodness, you are ignorant. We just call each other ignorant because not everyone knows everything.
That's what ignorance is, you complete dumb fuck. Not knowing is ignorance. That's what bloody ignorance is. And you're taking offense to me pointing out that you not knowing something is ignorance by definition. Oh my God. How frustrating is this? I don't get it. I'm being told off for pointing out that not knowing something is by bloody definition ignorance. That's what ignorance is.
We told him that 30 minutes ago.
I just don't get it. I point out he doesn't know what an infinite regress fallacy is. He says he doesn't know, keeps using it, and then when I tell him to look it up, he's like, I'm not ignorant. How dare you?
Can we continue? I can answer his little question right here. Who created the creator?
Oh, right. The infinite regress fallacy. Excellent timing.
Yeah, who created the creator conundrum? It's a fallacy, like you said. He is the creator. The creator can't be created, or else, well, he couldn't be the creator by simple definition. Furthermore, logically, for finite things to exist, the universe and us, there must be an eternal, always was source. It's a contingent necessity, antecedent fact. The Aristotle prime mover, unmoved mover, the first cause. To deny this, you are forced into a logical checkmate, then reduced to introducing an infinite regress.
So who's creating this video that gets uploaded to YouTube?
Nothing can create itself because that would mean it existed prior to its existence. That's logical seppuku. Also, there can only be one creator, considering more than one. Even for a Planck time is logical seppuku. As for the philosophical, naturalist, realist, atheist position, they believe that the universe created them. Ergo, who created your creator? The universe. For that one?
You're just going to keep rumpusing. How is anyone going to follow you if you want people to believe, or actually just know, I'm not even going to say believe. If you want people to know that there is a creator, and you wanted that person to actually understand that creator and who it is, whether it's Jesus Christ or the
Ebon, can I ask you a question?
Stop and allow people to talk and stop rumpusing them.
Oh,
Ebon,
yeah,
can
when
I
he's
ask you a
rumpusing
question?
the whole
Real
hangout,
quick.
he appeals to rumpusing.
Yeah, that's basically what's just happened. He wouldn't have let a word of that get through. I've got to keep control of this because it's a show going out. And unlike Ebon, who clearly doesn't give a shit whether or not my show is legible to an audience, is more than willing, like he is now, talking all over everybody so that no word can ever be heard. And then, when he gets control of the mic, like he's doing now, I've just opened his mic so you can hear what he's doing, he's going to accuse you and I of rumpusing. I run this show, Ebon. If I want to talk, I absolutely guarantee I will be heard. I'll just shut you up. Okay, Ebon? Don't rumpus me. Yeah, I will. I run this show, Ebon. Yeah, you're clearly content, like you're doing now, to make my show unlistenable to an audience by rumpusing the shit out of anybody trying to explain anything ever if you disagree with it, and then saying the same fallacy over and over again. And when it's pointed out that it's a fallacy, you don't listen and cry foul because somebody's pointed out that you are indeed ignorant, which is precisely what you are in this instance. But you won't actually shut up long enough for other people to be heard.
Right on the screen what the logical fallacy is, and I disagree with it. And I've got questions for you, and you don't even answer it.
So you disagree.
Can I ask you a question,
You either employ the fallacy or you don't.
Right.
Chocolate, please ask me the question.
Okay. If you have a creator, right? But that creator was created by something else, another creator, right? That creator can't be the creator, right?
You mean the first creator?
That's why it's ignorant.
Why is that ignorant, though?
Because you just arbitrarily draw a line of the creator.
Why is this happening, Anon?
So we
Chocolate was
created...
doing so bloody well with Ebon, and of course...
The creator, right?
Try again, Chocolate.
I'm asking, all right, so if you have a creator, right, a creator, but that creator was created by something else, that creator can't be the creator, right?
Yes.
Right.
It's a loop. That's why I'm saying it's a chain. So we can create quote unquote artificial.
But the chain stops at the creator, right?
There's no way for anybody. There's no way for any of us to be able to determine where that terminator line is.
No, I understand that, but while we're talking about it, right? If something created something else, right? Or that something was created by something else, it can't be the creator, right? Because we're going to use the pronouns the and a, right? So the creator would be the creator that created everything, right? A creator, let's say that creator created something else that's another creator, that can't be the creator because it was created by something, right?
Sure. I 100% agree. But
so now I don't understand why that's ignorant, though. I understand.
Because because you assume that because you automatically assume a line, a terminator line that says, I am the one right below the creator. So whoever created me must be the creator. So you draw that line. There's no way to know for you to prove where the A creator is and where the creator is. And people just because they want to feel special, they draw a line above themselves.
So that logic would go round and round in circles. What's the
yes,
word?
It would.
Hold on.
Yes,
can you not rumpus me for the love of fuck? Right.
Just get Chocolate to ask his question again, Nathan.
So that reasoning would go round and round and round infinitely?
Yes, like a loop.
Like a infinite...
that's my point.
No.
But,
don't
you're not
hijack my point. So it would be...
You're not getting what I'm saying. Like, the loop stops at the creator, right?
I know that.
There's no more
Maybe.
loop.
So to define terms then, it would regress infinitely Hello? So this anon would regress infinitely?
Hey, I'm not saying it's not an. If you want to call it,
that's why I told you to shut the fuck up earlier while we were talking to Ibon, but you couldn't help it.
I didn't say anything. I was quiet.
We're talking to Ibon and you're talking now.
Okay.
So,
I don't understand
maybe you could let Chocolate's really beautiful point get hijacked by your shit while he gets the point across to Ibon. Yeah,
Okay.
hint, shut up, Anon. Shut up.
It's the only reason why I was asking Ibon, because once the file...
Why don't you just kick me out?
He's rumpusing him.
Because Ibon, nobody wants to kick you out, man.
Now Anon's rumpusing him. Right, I'm going to start kicking people. Right, Anon. This is a conversation between Chocolate and Ibon. How difficult is it to just let him have the conversation with him?
Okay, I'll go on mute.
It's fine. And Anon pretty much pointed out exactly what I was going to say.
What? That it regresses... That it regresses infinitely? That it regresses infinitely, Ibon? Ibon.
My question...
Verbal diarrhea. So his point at the end, Ibon, was that it regresses infinitely. He can't help it. Ibon, his point at the end was that it regresses infinitely.
And look, you guys aren't hearing me out. This is where you guys are being ignorant. Okay? Look, I understand your infinite regress logical fallacy model, your definition of it, and you guys don't agree that that exists. And so how do you know that that does not exist?
No, we do think it exists. We're schooling you step by step, really painstakingly, in the fallacy you are using.
So you're saying that there is a finite limit to creation?
No, we're saying that who created the creator's creator is a fallacy of infinite regress.
Exactly.
No, he's missing the point Chocolate makes where he draws the line in the sand. Chocolate, ask your question again. Just to Ibon.
Ibon, the reason I'm asking you this question is when the fallacy was defined to you, you said that that's ignorant. Now, I'm only asking the question because I'm trying to understand what it is, where you're coming from, because what I understand it is if you have a creator, right, but that creator, that particular creator was created by something else, that creator can't be the creator, right? There's a difference between the creator, if we're going to speak about it like that. Huh?
You're saying the original creator, or what people consider the most high, because something has to come from somewhere. Yet, if it can exist outside the laws of nature, so if it exists outside the laws of nature, then whatever created the creator could also exist outside the laws of nature of that creator.
That's what you're missing. If it's the creator, Ibon, that's what you're
saying. Look, let me finish.
Got it.
What you're presenting, John, of that has an infinite regress logical fallacy to it.
Bingo!
But you guys don't see that.
Bingo! Bingo, you're a clown.
Oh my goodness.
You don't see it.
That's all you can come up with.
You're a clown. No, we don't see it. We just explained it to you. I just went through a presentation explaining this to you. You want to do it again?
Okay, you explained it to me. Okay, now tell me, who is God? Who is the original creator?
Oh my God.
That's
okay. We on for proof number 4. It's the last one.
Yeah, I'm up for that.
All right, and this speaks to Slick's point because he made I thought a pretty good point before concerning that you had to be educated or university educated to understand that there's a creator. So this one deals with that. It's called functional sequence specified complexity. Hallmarks reveal intent, purpose, planning, choice, interlinked systems, often with contingency, contrived, without deterministic law-like necessity. There are 3 types of complexity: random sequence complexity, ordered sequence complexity, and functional sequence specified complexity. Random is just like how it sounds. or an aftermath of a tornado. Ordered sequence complexity is just like how it sounds. Just characters in a row, repeating characters. These are crystals, snowflakes, sand dunes, fractals. Functional sequence specified complexity is it puts the lotion in the basket, sandcastles, the genetic code, barbecue grills, Indy cars, hyper nanotech machines and robots, kinesin, ATP synthase, flagellum, cilia, all within your cells. So RSC and OSC is a nature construct. FSC, or functional sequence specified complexity, is an intelligent design construct. The difference between this and this. Everyone see the difference here? This is law-like deterministic necessity. This will never be built by nature. Any of the laws of motion, any ones that you conjure, will never build this. Let's take a look at the king of original life research, Professor Leslie Orgel. In brief, living organisms are distinguished by their specified complexity. Crystals are usually taken as the prototypes of simple, well-defined, specified structures because they consist of a very large number of identical molecules packed together in a uniform way. Lumps of granite or random mixtures of polymers are examples of structures that are complex but not specified. The crystal fails to qualify as living because they lack complexity. The mixtures of polymers fail to qualify because they lack specificity. Again, back to the king of information theory, H.P. Yaki. The attempts to relate the idea of order, that's ordered sequence complexity, with biological organization or specificity must be regarded as a play on words that cannot stand careful scrutiny. Informational macromolecules can code genetic messages and therefore carry information because the sequence of bases or residues is affected very little, or if at all, by self-organizing physicochemical factors. Everyone understand this? What he's saying here is that ink, paper, and glue molecules aren't going to get together and conspire to write a book.
Journal of Theoretical Biology. You guys don't like theoretical physics.
I'm not
you guys
done
like
yet.
Theoretical biology.
This isn't theoretical physics. Ilya Prigogine, the king of the laws of thermodynamics. The point is that in a non-isolated system, there exists a possibility for formation of ordered, low entropy structures at sufficiently low temperatures. This ordering principle is responsible for the appearance of ordered structures, such as crystals, as well as for the phenomena of phase transitions. Snowflakes. In water, it's gas, steam, liquid water, and ice cubes. That's what phase transitions are. Unfortunately, this principle cannot explain the formation of biological structures. So what he's saying here is no amount of RSC, random sequence complexity, or ordered sequence complexity, or the combination thereof will ever lead to functional sequence specified complexity. Examples of functional sequence specified complexity is 1, cholecystokinin. This is a peptide hormone, functional protein produced in the mucosal epithelium of the small intestine, and stimulates release of digestive enzymes from the pancreas, vital for digestion and absorption. Without it, you die. Albumin, another functional protein, is only produced by the liver. It consists of a single polypeptide chain of 580 amino acids. Of its many functions, its main function is to maintain intravascular, oncotic, colloidal osmotic pressure. It's vital to homeostasis. Without it, you die. They are functionally specific, sequentially complex. You cannot interchange these. They don't do the same job. They are specifically designed for their specific roles and specific functions. If you're still having a case of willful stupids with complexity or mindlessly parroting pseudoscience priests, call or email the SETI Institute, that's the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, and ask them how they tell the difference between random sequence complexity / ordered sequence complexity and functional sequence specified complexity. They'll tighten your shot group right quick. Information, all of biology, life, the genetic code, replication, transcription, translation, all metabolic pathways, all of physics, quantum mechanics, basically all of reality are the quintessential examples of functional sequence specified complexity, therefore a creator. Thanks for your ear. Have a nice day.
So theoretical physics, what are your thoughts on theoretical physics, John?
Extraterrestrials.
Pointless without experimental application.
So,
but wait a minute. Let's get back to our
John,
question. Hold on.
Wait. I'm asking John a question.
I'm topic of functional sequence specified complexity. That is a red herring fallacy.
What are your thoughts on theoretical physics?
What are your questions and comments regarding functional sequence specified complexity?
Theoretical physics. Are you saying theoretical
physics is a red herring diversion fallacy?
Okay.
What are your questions concerning functional sequence specified complexity?
Will you let me finish? What about theoretical biology?
Okay. Let me ask you another question. Is this a red herring fallacy?
You have theoretical biology within your.
Is it a pointy bomb? Is there a pointy bomb?
Okay.
Yes, there's a point.
Where are we at? We're at.
You just do a search right there, Journal of Theoretical Biology.
We're at.
You just passed it.
We're at.
You just do a search for it because you're not looking for it.
Going through here. I have
right there. By H.P. Yawkey, a calculation of probability of spontaneous biogenesis by information theory. Journal of Theoretical Biology.
Yeah, it's okay. That's okay. It's a journal of theoretical
biology is fine, but theoretical physics is not.
This is not theoretical. It can be in the journal. It doesn't have to be.
Do you understand what
it can be in the journal of theoretical biology, but this isn't theoretical.
It's in a journal of theoretical biology.
Informational macromolecules can
you show me? Can you show me the scientific experiment
of that? This isn't theoretical.
Show me the scientific experiment.
Scientific experiment where DNA causes proteins to come into existence? Do you actually need that?
Can you show me the scientific experiment? I'm holding you in the same regard as a glober.
Ask the SETI.
What's the problem? This isn't theoretical.
Yeah. This is theoretical. Okay, so it's not.
This isn't theoretical. This isn't theoretical. We already know that DNA transcription and translation leads to. If you'd shut up,
biology.
If you'd shut up,
I'm telling you something.
You already know,
and I'm asking you something.
You already know,
and I want you to show me something. Show me the scientific experiment
transcription and translation.
This.
Ibon, what are you doing?
Would you shut up?
Ibon, what are you doing?
I'm telling you.
Are you asking a question and then telling him the answer?
As any glober who cites something scientific theory. I want to see the scientific experiment. You say
this
it's not a theory.
Every time he starts answering you, Ibon, you start talking again. What's your malfunction?
I'm asking a question. You won't.
Yeah, I've heard the question. Every time he starts answering it, you start repeating it. Then you go on about how you're telling and asking at the same time. Now you're talking over me. Now you're talking over me, Ibon. What is your malfunction?
You guys aren't answering the question.
He hasn't given. Literally, the moment he starts talking, you repeat the question again.
Well, let him answer the question then.
I did answer the question like 6 times.
And what was the answer?
I told you that this isn't theoretical.
Hold on, John. You couldn't hear the answer because you carried on talking.
He says it's not a theory, but it's in a journal of theoretical biology. So I ask him to provide the scientific experiment so I can see it that it's not pseudoscience.
They could post information could be posted in any number of journals. This is absolute fact right here.
You guys ask the same thing from any glober who cites a scientific theory.
That's no problem.
But you guys won't hold up to that same standard.
Why? We already said that DNA produces proteins. Functional proteins.
This article, this
article,
calculation of probability of spontaneous biogenesis. Let's see the scientific experiment.
I already told. This is already known. What do you mean the scientific experiment? We want you to show.
Already
You want me to
known
show
that.
you how? Geez,
It's already known that the Earth
Listen to this.
spins. I don't need to show you an experiment. Is that your answer?
I think what the real problem is that this citation has come from a book called The Journal of Theoretical Biology, and I think that's where Ivan's having that
And I
problem.
had to go ask SETI, search for extraterrestrial. I had to go talk to SETI. You understand? He quoted SETI.
Yeah, I did. SETI, because they're searching for extraterrestrial intelligence.
Yeah, so now
You don't
what
understand.
Anon's now going to do is repeat the same shit 5 times over the top of you, John. Right, we heard you. Now shut the fuck up.
Don't you see the analogy here with random sequence complexity and ordered sequence complexity? They're looking for intelligence. They don't care about random sequence or ordered sequence complexity. They're looking for this. So I'm eliminating the conflation between these random sequence complexity and ordered sequence complexity and this. That's how I did it. It's easy. It's a duh.
After having seen this and not having any of my questions answered,
I'm pretty much up. Get on out of here.
Again, shut up. I'm pretty much in the opposite regard
all you can
now.
do is rumpus.
I mean, I don't think there is a
You're having
creator.
questions about whether DNA can produce functional proteins. I don't know.
He's literally, John, he's not listening. During 90% of your presentation, Ibon talked. Now he's claiming he understood and listened, even though he claimed that you were rumpusing him during your presentation that he didn't listen to a word of.
Yep.
Ibon, you've just said.
I can't ask
just
questions.
said. Hang on, Ibon,
during the
you just
middle of the
said
bloody
that,
presentation, Ibon? Yeah, I had to shut
saw
your
the
line
entire
down because you
presentation.
could
I
not.
listened.
You're doing it to me right now. You couldn't keep your mouth shut and just listen.
Well, you guys can keep your mouth shut about putting words in my mouth, saying, "Oh, this is your position."
It's a presentation.
No, that's not my position.
Ibon, let me ask you something.
Only time
Ibon, if you can shut up long enough to actually have a conversation, do you think this presentation was made on the fly today for you?
No, that's my answer. Okay,
right.
Now,
so when he's making this presentation, do you think he's misrepresenting you and your position when he makes this presentation that was not made with you in mind?
Yes, because he said, "This is your position, Ibon," and I told him, "No, it's not," and he continued to say, "It's my position."
I think the problem is that we can't talk to John when he goes off on these rants, and there's no
on my presentation. I stopped at each.
Look,
after each one.
If what you've provided stands up to scrutiny, then yes, that's great. Now I'm trying to hold it to scrutiny and
what's your
ask
scrutiny?
you this Journal of Theoretical Biology, this article. I would love to see the scientific
by
evidence
the name
for
of the
it.
journal. Don't you understand
That's fine,
the
but can you
informational
provide me
macromolecules? Don't you understand this? DNA produces functional proteins.
I can
as
hear
soon
it.
as again, it's happening again, Ibon. He's trying to answer you.
I know his answer because he repeated
So
it.
why
20
don't you
times.
shut
guys
the
won't-
fuck up?
You guys won't let me talk.
You're talking after answering a question. He's now answering it, and you're asking why we won't let you talk.
Giving the same answer.
So you're going to talk again, are you, dipshit?
Yes, I'm going to talk again.
Well, why don't you fuck off to your own hangout on your own and talk to yourself?
Why don't you kick me then?
I want you to listen to the bloody answer to the question you
I have
posed.
listened to the bloody answer.
You're not. You're talking incessantly.
I'm talking to answer you.
You've asked a question, and now you want to talk to answer, do you?
I asked the question. He answered it.
Yeah, you asked a question. Now shut the fuck up.
No, I'm not going to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you've asked a question, and you want to be given time to answer
because
your
I'm
own
not
bloody
giving the
question.
answer.
Should we listen to your question and then give you a set time to answer your own fucking question, Ibon?
No.
So shut up!
But I'm holding you to
Shut up! Shut
No, I'm
up!
not gonna shut up. I'm not
Ibon,
gonna
shut up, or I will have
I'm
to
not
kick
gonna
you
shut
out.
up.
Shut up! You asked a
I'm trying to
question,
hold you
either
to
listen to the
same
answer or I'll just have to surmise that you are basically intolerable when you're triggered.
Do you not understand how
you're intolerable when you're triggered?
Nodell?
You're completely intolerable. You've asked a question. Now you literally want a set specific amount of time to answer your own bloody question. It's totally unreasonable.
Guys,
how
relax,
you're being
relax.
Bob Nodell in this situation, Nathan.
You've asked a question. Now you want a set amount of time to talk after you've asked a question. That's totally unreasonable, Ibon.
It's not unreasonable.
Oh, right. So you think it's reasonable to ask a question, then nobody else get given an opportunity to talk. You talk indefinitely after you posed a question, and you think that's reasonable.
There's an open space right there. Okay? No one else is talking. You're going to talk over me, probably.
I would like to ask questions. Okay, I'm waiting patiently, and I'm not getting a chance to respond or ask.
Go ahead.
You're hogging the mic.
I'm not hogging it. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm not hogging the mic. Go ahead. I'm not talking constantly. You go ahead and talk.
You just said.
Yeah, and there you go, Ben. You are fundamentally retarded at this point. I've just parodied you by pointing out that you said go ahead and then carried on bloody talking. And now you're continuing to do it, Ibon.
Relax. Guys, we have a new guest.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes.
Hey, I just got to say one thing. The reason objects have different weights when you weigh them in different locations is because the air pressure or the buoyancy factor is different. So when you change the air pressure or the medium of the surrounding an object, buoyancy force will apply an upwards lift. So you get a lower pressure, a lower weight the higher the pressure, and a higher weight the lower the pressure. That's why things weigh less.
You got any evidence that that's true?
Yes, that is absolutely true. You can check it out. That's why it happens.
How measurable?
Google will
How
even
measurable is it?
When you say you can check it out, what do you mean by that?
You can take a scale, put it in a chamber, put a weight on it, and then just start increasing the air pressure, and you'll notice the weight going down.
Right, but you said you could take a weight and measure things in different locations, not in different laboratory setups.
But here's the thing: whenever you go to a different location, you're changing the air pressure subtly. So of course you're going to get a different reading on the scale. That's all it happens.
On an elevator.
Right? Millibars, right?
I mean, it doesn't really matter how it's measured. The difference is that it's going to be measured differently. It doesn't matter which unit you use.
Does it have a name, this phenomena?
Yeah, it's the buoyancy force of the medium will the higher the buoyancy force, the lower the weight of an object on the scale. So if you
does it have a name?
I don't know.
At this point, it's got no name. So there's an observed phenomena, but no name. And
I think that's the Galileo thermometer principle. Instead of medium water is the medium air, but it's just got to be very, very minute. I don't know how much accurate your scale have to be in order to, actually record that. And can you do it on an elevator? I mean, that's a good way to do it. You could just get on one of those really high rises and
go
to the very top.
If the place where you're is contained, it's not going to change. The air pressure won't change. So you have to change the air pressure. So
I don't think so, because I have the watches. You know those watches that have the air pressure on, like those Casios? I have one of those, and I tested on the elevator. If I go on the elevator for my work, it's a tall tower, and the very top, and I just look at the MPH reading on my Casio. As I go down, it records it. So the building is not hermetically sealed, so the pressure differences are there.
So so if you were going to do this, you could. I mean, the easiest you were trying to find the cause of why things weigh different when you move in different spots. And here's the variable. You just check it out, man. The weight is the medium of the density of the medium and the density of the object, and that's all.
I see what you're saying, though.
So
that makes sense.
Move to a different location. And
can I just ask?
Yeah.
Right, the hand. What made you ask that question when you joined?
No, I just heard you guys, because he was just like, oh, I don't know why you'll get a different reading. I don't know why you'll get a different reading. And there's all these like, well, it could be that. I'm telling you, it's this. You can scientifically test why the reading is different just by adjusting the air pressure in a chamber. The weight will go up when you.
So it's not the position.
The position has nothing. The position has nothing to do with it. The higher up you go, weight goes down. Because weight goes up because less air pressure to support it. They'll say it's gravity being weaker, so the weight is going down, but it's not. It's just the pressure of the pressure is going down. So you get more weight applied to more pressure applied to the scale. Weight is not gravitational pull. Weight is a solid's pressure. That's all it is.
Well, thank you for that.
Thank you. We needed that.
Way to
We really needed that.
Sorry, John. Say again.
Can I ask Slick a question or two? Or are we going back to that previous point?
Oh, don't get me started on Slick, please. He mentioned 2 belief systems that he has when he says he doesn't believe anybody ever went to the dome. So there you go. 1, you believe somebody didn't go to the dome. 2, you don't believe in a dome. So he just contradicts himself. So I don't even know why. It's not even worth going on and on anymore about it.
Look, do you remember your question that you last asked? Your question was something like, is it possible that the creator could create a force that science couldn't detect or measure or whatever? Do you remember that question that you asked?
Yes.
Could you re-ask that question to me and let me answer it?
Yes. What I'm asking is that since the creator is outside of the law, can the creator create something that can't be scientifically validated? Something like the heliocentric thing of gravity.
Okay. I actually think that the creator, because I do accept there has to be a creator, I actually think that the creator has deliberately done stuff to make us think that things may appear to be one way, but they're actually the opposite. And we as man, the species known as man, some of us have realized that there is this perception that it could appear at times, like, for example, the stars. I see the stars as the creator's way of trolling mankind and saying, hey, look, I'm going to put these stars here. It's going to make you think that you guys are spinning when you realize that they're there. But actually, they're not actually spinning. I'm going to create a different perception or a different perspective that gives that creation that perspective. But actually, it's something completely else that explains it. And I think that the creator's actually trolling us by making it look like at times, on the face of it, it looks like a sphere. But when you dig below the surface, you realize it can't be. It's like trolling for me. So yes, the answer for me is yes.
Creator is a troll and
created.
I could slightly disagree. I don't think the creator or God, whatever, is trolling. I think the trolling came from the people who looked at that stuff and said, hey, that must be us spinning.
Well, obviously, in
Revelation, I think the trolling comes from. Even though I do understand your point that you can look at it and see different things, and I get that, depending on how you interpret it.
Chocolate. In the book of Revelation, right, it's well known that there's a reference to something called the Great Deception. John talks about it in the book of Revelation, right? And everyone asks, well, what is that Great Deception? And the reason why I recall this is because when I did Sunday school back in the day, Revelation was always a book that we always did a lot of work in. And the Great Deception, people speculate as to what it may or may not be. For me, flat Earth is that great deception because there are times when it does look bendy as shit, and there's other times when it's flat as a pancake. But you can manipulate the science around it to make it seem like it's spherical, and dumbasses will believe it that just accept authority. But us that are questioning it, that we're not necessarily believing it, we're asking the questions. But for me, that great deception is flat Earth.
Can I add something real quick to that? People ask a lot, well, the moon, look, it looks just like a rock. Why would the creator make it look like a rock? Because he wants to see if you will trust the senses that you have that say rocks don't float in midair, or will you trust some expert that tells you it does? And that's just simply what it comes down to. Will you trust yourself and what you know is real, or will you follow the crowd and just go along with everybody else?
The moon's creation for me. The moon's creation for me. I don't know what the moon is, but I realize that somebody beyond us must have made it because there's no logical explanation for why it sits up there.
Is it like a moon factory? Do they make a whole bunch of moons, or is it just one? Like
I think
one
it's a gnome
moon
factory that the gnomes make our world, and we are subject to the gnome. It's not God, it's gnome.
Can I address that theologically?
Yeah, go on.
And I'm probably going to stir up this pot. I know it's been pretty heated, but this is probably going to stir it up again. But in my view, if God is the grounding of all reality, and he's the grounding of truth, even truth or morality or reality, however you want to phrase it, and the grounding of everything, there's one aspect of that. If he's trolling or deceiving, that counteracts that. So God can't be deceptive. If he's truth, he's the grounding of truth and grounding of reality, he can't be deceptive. So that's one aspect of it. The other thing is, that concept, the Great Deception, if you look at it from the biblical perspective, it says that God allowed them or caused them to believe a lie. But in the sense, but the reason they did that is because they refused to accept the truth. So in a sense, he locked them into their preconceived notion of not accepting the truth. So the Great Deception is that. Does that make any sense from a theological perspective? Purely from that perspective.
Yeah, to add on to that too, like we sit here and sometimes I get so sick of the flat earth debate because I'm like, ballers, what will you accept as proof? We have water finding level. We have air pressure needing a container. We have so many physical, mathematical certainties that the earth is flat, but they just refuse them all. So it has to be a religious belief system when you're just denying reality. They will deny the reality of never seeing mass orbiting mass to believe that it happens, so they can believe they are on a ball that's flying through space. Never seen mass floating in a vacuum, never seen it, but they'll believe it. Religion.
But that religion is a control mechanism.
If you ask those same people, are they spinning at 1,000 miles per hour? They'll tell you yes. But then you ask them, do you feel it? Has any human ever felt it? They'll tell you no. With a straight face. It's like,
that's the brainwash.
It's like freaking zombie.
How do you reach that? How do you reach somebody like that? What do you do when they will see reality and say, no, that's not it?
You just have to wait.
Yeah, maybe it's just not their time to understand it or realize it. I mean, you can't force anybody to think about these things. Those are things like, for me, those are things I was thinking about when I was 10, 11. Why don't we feel this nonsense moving? Why don't we feel any type of movement? Now, other people have probably went all their lives and never asked themselves that question. Just accepted, oh yeah, well, we're definitely orbiting and rotating and doing all that, and there's a reason why we don't feel it, and they just accept it.
I mean, that's the same thing as far as like me, like I like and I follow Jesus. Everything that he teaches, I understand it and I like it. But when it gets down to believing Christianity as a religion, I'm not for it. I'm against it. I just look at the leaders.
Christianity is not a religion. That's your first problem.
Okay, thank you. Now, here's the thing: is whether I believe in God or not is going to be basically up to God. It's going to be based on what I experience and whether I have an interaction with God or not. It doesn't matter how great a presentation like John's was. It's not going to convince me, just like it's not going to convince others, no matter how many great videos of flat earth we make, but it's not going to convince globe earthers to switch sides until they're ready
you have a preconceived bias. That's why.
Hey, hang on a second. Let me say something to Ebon, something he said, and I'll address this. It'll address it correctly. You said, Ebon, you said you follow Jesus, right?
Yes.
You said that. Okay. You ever heard of C.S. Lewis?
Yes. He's the he's the writer of the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, that entire series.
Yeah, exactly what Nathan goes after. But he said something in a book called Mere Christianity. If you read it, it's a really good book. But he said something in that book. He says, you've only got 3 options with Jesus. You've got 3 options if you believe the historical record. He's a liar, a lunatic, or he's Lord.
Yep.
Because he made claims about certain things that only one of those 3 would apply to him.
Sure. And I could...
Oh, what's happened? We had a sniper in the hangout kick, everybody.
I'm still here.
Oh, again.
Ebon's level is stuck.
No, we've had a sniper and kicking everybody out, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's the end of this call.
Yeah, looks like that's the end of the show.
All right. Till next time. See you later.
Hey, was this a marathon show, Nathan?
Yeah, we've been recording for just over 4 hours.
Hey, listen, don't let anyone forget that this weekend's Ball Busters is the Big Bang.
Yeah, big plug. What day is it today? Wednesday. So yeah, 3 days from now, we'll have another Ball Busters. Ball Busters 8 on the Big Bang. Should be epic. Be here or be sphere. Anything else to plug, John?
We could do another presentation. What would you like to do? Let's go. Let's do gravity. Okay.
No, I'm good. I'm going to round the show out now.
Yeah. I got you, brother. Okay. Thanks.
It's a pleasure. With that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to all of the audience in the Nathan Oakley mega premiering show stream for tuning in, smashing the super chat, hopefully liking, commenting, subscribing, all that good stuff. If you'd like to keep yourself occupied after this premiering stream is over, then go to nathanoakley.com and check out the Flat Earth Debate Forum. Also, massive thank you to all of today's after show panel for making this after show possible. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I'll see you all in the next video.
Oh, what a day! What a lovely day!